a sky, 'cause you're a sky full of stars. I'm gonna give you my heart, 'cause you're a sky, 'cause you're a sky full of stars. 'Cause you light up the park. I don't care, go on and tear me apart. I don't care if you do. Cause in the sky, 'cause in the sky full of stars, I think I saw you. You're a sky full of stars. I wanna die in your arms. Oh, oh. 'Cause you get lighter the more it gets dark. I'm gonna give you my heart. Oh, I don't care.
Inspired by the words of Mother Teresa, I alone cannot change the world, but I can cast a stone across the waters, create many ripples. And with conviction in the potential of youth, the tale of humankind began its journey 8 months back envisioned with values of inclusion, integrity, inspiration, and innovation. With the belief that the youth is at the forefront of change, this year more than ever came the realization for the need of discussions and putting ideas into action, hence the Youth Summit 2020. It is our humble attempt to combat global challenges, and it is indeed an honor and privilege to host and witness the convergence of eminent personalities, young changemakers, and enthusiastic delegates from around the globe who bring vitality, energy, and aspirations to create a tangibly better world where everyone counts. I extend a very warm welcome to all to the Tale of Humankind Youth Summit 2020. Climate change ranks among the most important dynamics shaping our livelihood. While we are always looking to youth to take action on climate change, this summit attempts to give rise to a new cohort of climate campaigners. On the other hand, the turbulence of this year has changed the day-to-day lives of all. With significant disruption to the economy, a national lockdown, and travel restrictions, the COVID-19 pandemic has traumatized the psychosocial and economical domains of human life. While we grapple with the new normal, it has become even more pertinent to navigate through these uncharted waters and reset ourselves with the skills for the post COVID era. Let us set the bar high and get set to work with hope and determination. But creating the future we all want requires older and younger generations to work together for the change we need. Of course, the youth is hungry to take part, but no discussion of our future should take place without the astute wisdom and prudent advice of our dear seniors sitting at the same table. We need our elders to guide us, educate us, mentor us, and above all, bless us. So aptly suggested by an African proverb, the youth can walk faster, but the elder knows the road. And with this, I humbly acknowledge the presence of our esteemed panel of distinguished guests on this occasion. Let us together undertake this exciting journey, share stories of those who took the road less traveled, make the stories of young change makers our driver of change, get inspired by our illustrious guests, and pledge to take action. है बहुत अंधकार, अब सूरज निकलना चाहिए. जिस तरह से भी हो, ये मौसम बदलना चाहिए. छीनता हो जब तुम्हारा हक कोई, उस वक्त तो आंसू से आंसू नहीं निकलना चाहिए. कोशिश कर, हर निकलेगा. आज नहीं तो कल निकलेगा. तू मेहनत कर, जान लगा दे. बंजर जमीन से फल निकलेगा. We welcome you all to the Tale of Humankind Youth Summit once again.
Hi, everyone. Do I begin? Am I audible?
Yes, sir. You're audible. You're audible.
Okay. So to begin with, I'd like to congratulate the organizing committee of the Tale of Humankind. I think it's phenomenal that young people are thinking in such a direction, especially Aniket Gupta. Heartiest congratulations. I think I'm reasonably confident that the future of India is basically in the right hands. Having said that, I'd like to speak about what the COVID lockdown and the pandemic has really taught all of us. Number one, COVID has amplified inequality. It's not that there wasn't inequality before this and we've just woken up to it. I think there was always inequality, but all of it just got amplified to such an extent that we can no longer ignore it. Also, if you typically see during the lockdown, we saw wages being paused. We saw people's livelihood basically getting impacted and the needy bracket only increasing. Secondly, what we also saw was that all these barriers that we impose, whether it's of caste, whether it's of community, language, region, nationality, all of it just melts away because a virus is more socialist than Karl Marx. It doesn't make a difference between the rich or the poor. It doesn't make a difference whether you're sitting in your air-conditioned home or you're an urchin on the road. It will impact people equally. And that should make us realize that all of these barriers are artificial. What we have is just one continuous humanity. And that should be both humbling as well as encouraging. At 𝐓𝐚𝐥𝐿𝐴, an initiative I co-founded along with Neeti Goyal, Shishir Joshi, Rakesh Singh, Anik, Swaraj and Pathik. We started off with 1,200 meals on the Western Express Highway. And then we started getting in a lot of information about people going hungry. So we expanded to Mumbai's arterial roads, the Link Road, the SV Road, the LBS Road, Western Express Highway, Eastern Express Highway, various roads of South Mumbai. And then we had the migrant workers crisis when we actually had our migrant brothers and sisters who were walking on the road, literally trudging to their villages. We started our distribution points at all of Mumbai's 3 transit points, which is Vashi on the Mumbai-Pune highway, Thane on the Mumbai-Agra highway, and Dahisar on the Mumbai-Gujarat highway. Then, of course, we had the Shramik Express trains, and we basically adopted the terminuses VT, that is in the Victoria terminus in South Bombay, Bandra terminus and Kurla terminus, and ensured that these workers who were boarding the trains, almost 284 trains, we were able to ensure that each passenger basically gets food to eat. And what I've realized in all of this is, one, if humanity comes together, if the best talent, the best technology, and most importantly, if young people come together, no challenge is big enough. Think about this. At 𝐓𝐚𝐥𝐿𝐴 till date, we've been able to serve 4.8 million meals. That is 48 lakh meals. And we've supported 20,000 families for a period of 6 months with grocery kits. These are some of the poorest members of society in Mumbai. So, long story short, if people come together with the right intent, with the right talent and the right capacity, no challenge is unsurmountable, as we've demonstrated so amply. And finally, if young people don't take up this initiative, then who can? Right now, we are in the process of building what is called the hunger map, where we are mapping micro-clusters of the most vulnerable sections of society and at least quantifying the problem. And then, of course, we are in the process of working out an MOU with the BMC to ensure that these people actually are on the PDS, that the schemes meant for them are actually reaching them, and we are actually looking at skilling and etc. as a further activity. But that is central, as in, no matter what happens to us, we can't afford to lose our humanity. Even with our masks on, we can never afford to lose our humanity. And it is now more than ever. When I gave you an example of the virus being more socialist than Karl Marx, I'll repeat it again. It is that commonality of fate, and which is so true during a pandemic, that today if somebody is suffering and I am not able to do something to reduce that person's suffering, sooner or later it will come back to me? How can food rest in my stomach when somebody is going hungry out there? When things are just so bad all around the world, when we are basically seeing a recession. So that commonality of fate, forget about charity. Charity is secondary, but at least self-interest. And that unless and until we realize that, unless and until we imbibe that, unless and until we go out there, raring for change, taking all of these things as a challenge, nothing is impossible. And I think that is the message that I want to give all my young friends today. I am 33. I won't be young, at least from the government of India's definition of things, for a long time. But you guys are going to be young. Please look at challenges. Please dare to imagine things differently. And I'd like to end by giving one lens that I view life from. So my mentor is Dr. Jayaprakash Narayan from Hyderabad, who wrote the RTI Act. And he says something brilliant. He says, I may not believe in a God, but I certainly believe in a sin. And that sin, which is totally unacceptable, is avoidable suffering and unutilized potential. I'm repeating again, the sin which is totally unacceptable is avoidable suffering and unutilized potential. Look around your own neighborhood. Why are people poor? Why are people suffering? Why are facilities not functional the way they should be? Look at things differently. Challenge status quo. And that is central. That is central to chasing your dreams. Just imagine the world can be different. People, all of this, poverty, unemployment, corruption, lack of facilities, all of this is avoidable suffering. All of this is unutilized potential. In the middle of a difficulty always lies an opportunity. And I'm sure as young people, you'll make the most of it. You were patient enough. All of you guys were patient enough to hear me out. Thank you. It's an absolute honor to be the keynote speaker at this virtual event. Godspeed. Thank you so much.
Hi everyone, and thank you so much for inviting me for here. And it's a lovely, like honestly, on a Saturday afternoon, speaking to young people, about skill development, especially, which will definitely, I think, where and I'll just take the what Ruben just said. Like there are so many young people. Just look around and just see around what is happening and challenge the status quo. And I'll just take that thought forward and would like to speak about it. I think what Ruben said is very particular to the society, because somewhere we have forgotten like our suffering and our sins. Somewhere we have like totally stopped observing things. And this is where I would be talking about skill and why skills are so much necessary. And I'll be talking more about how skills can really lead up to productivity, how skills can really change the definition of India, and how can skills can really make you productive as well. But honestly, when I started working with NSDC, National Skill Development Corporation, like in 2015, I realized one thing, like I had very limited knowledge about skill development. I had very little knowledge about vocational training and education, and never thought that skills is something which can really change my life and which can change like totally so many lives around you as well. But if I ask you right now today, if I ask you like, would you want to become a plumber, or would you want to become an electrician, or would you want to become a, let's say, a carpenter? This has been the answer every time I have asked this question to a lot of audience. Every time I have heard no. Like, I don't want to become a plumber, I don't want to become a electrician, I don't want to become a carpenter. Why? I don't want to become a welder. But why don't you want to become, like, if let's say, and the saddest part is it's our limited knowledge that we don't want to become a welder, or we don't want to become a plumber, or we don't want to become an electrician. Today, if I ask you, do you know how much a oil rig welder earns? They earn better than your IM graduates, or even some of the Ivy League graduates as well. Oil rig welding is a special type of welding which is done under the sea, and they are very limited skilled workforce which is present right now. Similarly, if I ask you about plumbing, the first thought which comes to your mind about plumbing is like, plumbing is all about fixing your commodes, fixing your daily pipeline. But when I ask you about, there's something associated with plumbing which is heating as well. Plumbing and heating, how do you set up the plumbing and heating in a factory setup? And there are specialized consultants. These skills in India, we try to somewhere, we don't make them very aspirational. But if you go to any of the other countries, these skills are considered as premium skills for a reason, because not everybody can do that. And that is where I think everybody needs to learn why we need skill development to be the essence, and why we need skill development to be part of every curriculum. And I'm happy that the recent curriculum which will be coming, like vocational education, will play a very important role in that, in disseminating the whole array of things which is present. And I think this is the best way of learning new things as well, because you're creating new things with your skill sets. Another thing which I talk about, like generally, like people don't take these skills very aspirational, because in India we generally lack role models. You would definitely hear the best batsman, you would hear the best bowler, or best footballer, or a best basketballer, or somebody, they would be best. But you will never hear somebody who would say, do you know about best plumber in the country, or do you know about a best welder in the country, or do you know about a best electrician in the country? And this is where the government of India, NSDC, and World Skills India is there, something which they are trying to pull it off, where they conduct competitions across the country, and they are trying to make skills aspirational, so that every district in India should have a role model. In every district there should be a welder to whom I can look up to, who can guide me, who can tell me more about welding, plumbing, electrician, or maybe chef or being a baker, who can tell me more about tailoring, who can tell me about, there are so many skills out there to explore. Why we are stuck to engineer, doctor, or a, let's say, a lawyer? Maybe there are so many things to explore right now. So definitely there is a need that is not being fulfilled by us being mentors, or being I think how we are taking this ahead. And this is where your participation is required. Whosoever is listening, please go search what is there in the skill development. Please educate yourself and educate everybody around you. Why do we really need this skill development as a process in our ecosystem, in our education, from the early childhood only? We really don't need, because in our country, whosoever is not fit for education, whosoever is not fit for, let's say, who hasn't done really well in education, in mainstream studies, they will be considered, why don't you join an ITI, or why don't you join a polytechnic, or why don't you pursue skill training? Because you haven't done good for your education, like you haven't done good in your studies. So in fact, there was one state where I don't want to name, but like they said, like, if you're not fit for education, you can pursue vocational education. It doesn't solve the purpose, because then people will be looking up to vocational education as a secondary choice. And right now we really need people to make like their career choice as a welder, as a plumber, as an electrician, because you can earn as well as a graduate, a normal graduate. And this is something which I'll be talking about, and this is something where I really want that people should perceive that change in a likelihood that they want their cousins, brothers, sisters, sons, and everybody to actually take up vocational education and become good at it. And I think very critical, very important is this can be solved, like which Aniket also mentioned and Ruben also mentioned. This can only be solved by more and more partnerships, more and more collaboration, more and more personal interest. And this is where we need more and more ambassadors who, like people like you, who are young and who are definitely have that energy to strive for it, who actually say, yes, the world will change with us. And it starts with us. Today, if I start showing my interest in welding, there will be so many people who will showcase their interest in welding as well, who will start reading about welding. Are in normal discussion, morning table, breakfast table discussions, welding or any skill development should be part of it. Why not? Why we keep discussing about education? Okay, I have to go to Harvard, Stanford. Why not we talk about, like, okay, what have you learned in welding? What have you learned in plumbing? How can you solve this? How can you create this? And we really need to get into that habit of creating things, not just like, okay, purchasing things and just selling it across. We really need to get into the production of things, manufacturing of things, creating, and that's where, which will lead us to the innovation as well. So I definitely feel like skill development will be a very critical piece. And I'm happy that like Aniket has organized this whole thing where like a lot of ideas, lot of thoughts, lot of are synergized for the young generation. And I feel we are setting the right precedence as well by telling them, yes, this is required. Another thing, I like to tell you a story of yesterday. I was talking to one of the India's best welder, which is Sachin Nadale, who comes from a very small town city near Pune, Sangli. And he told me his story, like way back, he represented India in the skill of welding at 2015 in Sao Paulo, Brazil. And while he was doing that, he told me all his life story, how he actually happened to be in welding and how that welding as a career has actually created a ripple effect in his own town. So he represented India in World Skills Sao Paulo, Brazil, and after coming back, he won a Medallion of Excellence and the Best of Nation award. And he stood sixth across the country, across the world, among 35 countries. And when he came back, he was felicitated by Anand Mahindra. He was felicitated by 𝐶𝐵𝐿𝐴, and very good, big names from the automobile industry. But very critical, in his village, nobody wanted to become a welder. But after Sachin came back, winning these medals, getting felicitated by Anand Mahindra and everyone, one very impactful thing happened, and that was in the next batch in the ITI, where people were not interested in taking up welding as a skill or never wanted to become welders. 50 welders applied, like 50 people applied for that course. The aspiration of becoming a welder rose up. And that's what we need right now in the country. We want more and more such a Narale to tell us, like, why should we take welding? And I think that has been the significant progress in the last 5 years as well, where the NSDC, where a lot of corporates have come forward and have started organizing these skill competition to raise the aspiration. And I think this has been a phenomenal change, which I see, because when you gamify things, when you do all of these things, you actually look forward to all of these things and you want to become part of it. You want to become part of the success. Nobody in 2019, when the team went to World Skills Kazan, nobody heard of a skill called water technology, that you can actually create a career in water technology. And believe me, Aswath from Odisha hails from a very humble family, won a gold medal for the country in 2019 and was awarded by the Odisha government. And things really changed for Odisha. Like Odisha right now does a phenomenal job in welding and in water technology, and the college actually rewarded him. And now there are more people who wants to make their career in water technology. Similarly, there are a lot of opportunities which are present, but it's our limited knowledge. And honestly, we need to educate ourselves. There are like so many skills out there where we can make career. I can talk go on and on, like mechatronics. There's so many things where people can do a lot of stuff. But one thing is, skills is not, never consider skills as secondary career choice. Make them as a preferred career choice. And this is where I have strongly believe in. And I completely believe in creating more relationship, creating more impact. So through skills, you can actually change the world. So thank you. I think that is something which is very close to my heart. And thank you so much, Aniket, for giving me the opportunity. And great talking to everyone. And I hope you will read more. You will educate yourself on skill development, and you will take the flag with you as well. Thank you so much.
Hello, everyone. I extend my warm welcome to every one of you joining us from all over the world. I want to thank you, all the young people who are joining us today, to be the part of change, to be the part of this movement where young people take on the world to bring a change. And I'm sure you are enjoying the day, you have enjoyed the day 1 and you're enjoying the day 2. And now I would love to introduce this Skills for Post COVID panel, our first panel of the day. And I would like to thank all the esteemed guests and young changemaker in our panel. So, as we all know, that COVID 19 is casting a long shadow over the futures of young people all around the world. So, in this panel, we are going to ask educators, entrepreneurs, and young changemakers on their thoughts on redesigning education and skills for post COVID world. For children and young people looking to gain an education and skills, COVID 19 has made a bad situation even a worse. Before the pandemic, they faced a growing mismatch between the skills they were learning in the school and those needed for employment. Now, under the shed of COVID 19, over 1 billion are out of school altogether, and millions of young people who were set to join the workforce cannot find the jobs. This movement is an important opportunity to reimagine how and what education and skills are delivered to prepare students for a rapidly changing world of work. But governments or businesses cannot address this problem alone. So, in this panel, we are going to bring together young people, educators, and entrepreneurs to think, to hear their thoughts about how we can redesign and reimagine education and skill system to meet their needs. This virtual panel discussion is going to witness eminent panelists. I would like to welcome and thanks to Dr. Ashok Pandey to
Thank you.
Dr. Ashok Pandey to
Thank you.
for joining us today. He's the director of 𝐓𝐚𝐥𝐞 Group of Schools, chairperson of the Council for Global Citizenship Educational Foundation, an author, and Adobe educational leader. And beyond these all the things, he's an inspiration for me and all the educators. Thank you so much, sir,
Thank you.
for
Thank
joining
you,
us.
Aniket. Thank you.
Really means a lot for us. And now I would like to introduce Mr. Pratik Gauri, who is a social entrepreneur creating the fifth industrial revolution and championing UN SDGs in India. Voted as one of the top Indian purpose leaders, he has an experience in building purpose businesses from bottom up. Passionate about making the world a better place, he believes in embracing servant driven leadership to serve some of the most world's most complex and economic social challenges. Mr. Pratik Gauri has represented India at coveted global stages like Nobel Peace Prize Forum, World Economic Forum, Skoll World Forum, United Nations, and this list is endless. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us today. It's indeed an honor for us.
Thank you so much, Aniket. It's a pleasure to be amongst all of you.
And pardon for all the noise that you might hear in the background. I'm at the Habitat doing meetings, so I'm really sorry for all the noise that you might hear, but I'll try to be on mute when I'm not speaking.
No, no, sir. That's not a problem at all. We are here to listen to your insights. We are really looking forward to them. And last but not the least, Namya Joshi. She just inspires me a lot. A prodigy. Namya is a class 8 student at the Satpal Middle School in Ludhiana. Has been technology to make learning and teaching fun, not just for herself, but also for teachers across globe by using interactive Minecraft sessions. I'm so excited to have you in the panel, Namya. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much. It's my pleasure to be here.
Yeah, it's our pleasure, Namya. So, so now we are going to start our panel, and I would like to ask Dr. Ashok Pandey to that there was a strong sense that schools and universities are currently equipping young people with the right skill and aren't teaching in a way that makes the most of the modern technology and resonates with young people today. So, sir, I would like you to please highlight some of the changes and some of the most exciting changes that this COVID has helped us to bring in our teaching ways, the ways of teaching we used to have in our classroom, how this all have transformed. The students have been enjoying this, or although it's not enjoy, they are not enjoying now. They are all missing their school life now. But how this have bring a change, and how do you think it is going to benefit in future?
Okay. Thank you, Aniket. It's absolutely a thrill and delight to be here. Can you suggest to me how much time I have?
I yes, sir. So for this, we're going to request you to please share your answer within 2 to 3 minutes in this
Okay. Then I'll be really very brief. So, but let me not forget to acknowledge that I'm thrilled because I find myself in the middle of an intergenerational panel. So from Namya to Aniket to Pratik to myself, and I think among the four of us, we are representing almost 100 years. So that is thrilling, and that you can take as one of the changes post COVID, right? You yourself mentioned in your opening remarks that the growing inequalities that we had in the world, and the technology driven job displacements that we are going to see, and the rising societal conflicts and health and economic hardships which are driven by COVID, and of course education is not an exception to that. So we have to acknowledge that. But let me tell you, with my experience, I can tell you when the COVID started, March 2020, probably we thought that we are going to run a sprint, 100-meter sprint, and we'll just run it like this. And then 2 months, 3 months down the line, we felt that no, oh my God, it is a long distance run, 1,000 meters, 1,500, 2,000. And now in October, November, I think we have already, it has dawned over us that we are into a marathon. So, what is a marathon race? We have to develop new skills, new endurances, new resiliences, and we have to prepare for a longer future. So 8 months have already taught us what is resilience, what is endurance, what is persistence. And at the same time, I think right from the generation of Namia to myself, all of us have learned the value of adaptation, the value of skill development, the value of navigating the situation. And therefore, since I'm primarily talking to the young generation here, let me quote Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who this morning only said that you just imagine that your generation or your age people in 19, 20, 100 years ago, and they faced a similar crisis, what were their aspirations and what values they had and how they navigated it, how they grew, and how they created and built a society. I think those are the lessons that we have to draw to prepare for a longer future. So I will rest with this, and probably I can build on this little later. Over to you, Aniket.
I completely agree with you, sir. It has taught us a lot, and especially I also agree that the the skill of adaptation is very important, and it has taught us to how can we adapt according to situation, and that I personally feel like I have learned how can I change myself, how to like it has although we had so much negative impacts of the COVID, but yeah, it has taught us a lot, and it has been a great learning experience from this COVID. And now I would like to ask Pratik Gauri sir, Mr. Pratik Gauri, that that as we have seen the young people who is the who is going to be the workforce of our nation, the skills have been changing, the set of skills they need. Now we don't need young people anymore who are just searching for the jobs. We need the young people. We need the young people who have the entrepreneurial mindset, entrepreneurial skills. So I would like you to please highlight some of the major skills that they need, and what do you think that how the skill set have changed in this COVID, and which skills do young people need in the post COVID world from a perspective of an entrepreneur?
Thanks, Aniket. Indeed, an honor to be amongst all of you. And you pretty much an amazing question in terms of what's actually needed. And I think so. Obviously, we can talk about a lot of bad things that happened during COVID, but I think the good things pretty much outweigh the bad things, and that's pretty much for. And I would like to point in the demographic dividend that India has. So we are like going to be one of the world's youngest population. 65 to 70% of our population is about under the age of 25. And with that kind of a demographic dividend, if we can become entrepreneurs, then that can actually solve lot of India's and the world's complex challenges. The skills have definitely changed. um, I don't think we need offices anymore. We're moving more towards a virtual world. A lot of kids that I see, are now starting ventures which are backed by frontier technology. So by frontier tech, I basically mean things like artificial intelligence, 3D printing, blockchain, and so on and so forth. Gaming is become a huge trend, and I'm talking about gamification of social challenges. I think venture capital, it's never been easier to kind of get funded in terms of, and I've just during COVID, I've launched a fund in India to actually fund young people, working at the intersection of technology and impact. Uh, so I think this is a drastic change even in the entrepreneurial world. I have seen a lot of young people actually, because they were home and they did not get jobs, actually start companies, and some of them have already been funded and they're doing extremely well. I think we're going to see a big spur in entrepreneurship, Aniket, as you just pointed out. And I think the biggest skill set shift is going to happen from a brick and mortar business towards a tech sort of business, because it's more scalable. A lot of young people leading those businesses, and it's easier to get funded. So all sorts of challenges are being addressed by people, and as Ashok rightly mentioned, it's across generations. People who have the experience coming on board as mentors to young people and are ready to find young businesses which are run by young people. It's never happened before, and because people don't have jobs, I think they were forced to start a lot of ventures. I know a lot of my friends who wanted to start from a long time, but they were just tied in a 9 to 6. But then right now, because they were home, they started ventures, and some of them have actually quit jobs and now doing it full time. And the good thing about that is it's going to actually solve India's real challenges. And as I currently work on a lot of sustainable development goals, most of the business, even if you have a capitalist mindset, even if you're not, I'm talking about a hardcore capitalist mindset, people realize more than ever that most of the unicorns, I'm talking of people, companies who are going to be more than $1 billion, are not going to be Coca-Colas, but are going to be impact companies. So, companies working on solar, or companies working on the water crisis, or health or education. I mean, education has seen a crazy boom, and people realize that those are the companies that they need to build because they're hardcore challenges that can be addressed, and they could be real amazing sustainable business models. Venture capital, as I again say, impact venture capital is very easy to get now, because even investors realize that if they put money A into young people, B tech, and C impact, they're going to see crazy returns in the next 5 years. If you see most of the big billion-dollar companies that are going to come out, and by the way, in 2009 crisis, if you see, there were a lot of unicorns which came out of it, and most of them were like Skypes of the world. But if you see this crisis in the next 5 years, you're going to see a lot of unicorns and a lot of companies which are going to be started into 2020 becoming billion-dollar companies by 2025 around sustainable development goals. So that is a big, big shift. And it's never been, I think, easy to start entrepreneurship, because it's been just compulsory, because a lot of people did not have any revenue, so they just started, and it's just working well for a lot of young people. Over to you, Aniket.
Yeah, I completely agree with you, sir. And how startups have, how the face of startups have changed is really amazing to see, and it's really amazing to see how young people are coming forward. I I can share the example of how the Delhi government have started the entrepreneurial mindset curriculum, and it's very important to have such programs, and only in the government school but in the private schools also. I myself have been trying to organize the entrepreneurial mindset classes in few of the schools. But I would like you to please once again sort of share something about what are the skills needed to the for the young people who are at point zero right now, exactly at point zero. Like, you have shared a lot in details, but I would like you to please focus a bit on who are the young people who are not aware of this entrepreneurial world. uh, they just think it's not their uh, like cup of tea. So I just want you to please highlight a bit to share a bit about those young people who don't know anything about entrepreneurship, or those who can be great entrepreneurs.
Yeah, so very valid question. So, the biggest shift, as I was telling you, if you're a young person, and if you don't have capital, okay, so a lot of time what happened is, pre-COVID, there was this thing that, you need to come from a very wealthy background, and you need to have money to start a business. You need a lot of capital. But now, because everything is technology enabled, you can just start a business by just starting a Facebook page, which doesn't cost you anything. And as you go along the journey, you can just build a website. Again, that's super cheap. So it's hardly some dollars that you need to put in, and then you can literally start a business. The skills required for that, again, I emphasize on technology, because I think it's easier to make a lot of people. And I think, there's going to be a huge shift. When I was growing up, when I was 10, my parents used to, tell me that you need to have a good handwriting, because, that time we used to take board exams and stuff. But I think that's going to completely change. That's changed. Now kids don't care about handwriting, but they care more about if they know how to, if they know artificial intelligence, if they know how can you create products by technology. And that is why the biggest skill set, and by the way, everything's on YouTube, so you don't even need to, because of the advent of social media, you can actually have a viable business just by a social media, and then have a website. And by the way, WordPress actually, so if you don't know anything about entrepreneurship, if you just have an idea which you can just start, I think it's never been easier to start that if you just know technology. So I think if you're a young person, you should definitely use YouTube as a medium to learn technology, whatever you need, and then start something just by social media. You don't need capital for that. So that's what I want to, that's what I'm trying to stress on.
I So now, like I can make out here, the most important point you focused is on the learning, digital learning. The technology has enabled us to express, to implement our idea without having any money, or
Right.
with small amount of money. So this
Right.
crisis has actually taught us that online learning is possible, to start to give wings to your idea is possible. It taught us how to use online tools to exchange skills, teach, learn, and I would also like to emphasize the another theme that came through strongly was the potential of digital connectivity and online
Correct.
learning to expand access to opportunities for young people around the world. And to reimagine the future of skills, I think we need more diverse online learning exchange and program. And like I also think that like here comes the digital divide. And if we can make sure that every person everywhere has an access to cell phone and internet, it's a way for us to build a fairer future of skills.
I
um,
I would also like to point out an example that just happened, with me in COVID. There was this kid that I'm mentoring. He comes from a rural village in Bihar, never went to school. He's just 14 or 16 years old. He reached out to me. I'm on his board, and he started a business 8 months back because he loved being, digital things. He started a digital media company, and in just 8 months, just using a Facebook and Instagram and LinkedIn, he's crossed a revenue of 1 crore. And he had no capital before he started, and it's just happened in 8 months. So I think that's never been possible without technology, without social media. And he just connected with me. He randomly sent me a message on Instagram, and I responded to him. And now he just asked for advice. I gave him that advice, and he has some amazing people on the advisory board. A lot of people are mentoring him, and he's already crossed that kind of revenue. And so you can just imagine the kind of things that are happening.
yeah, and like that's the power of technology.
Correct.
And now I would like to come to Namya. And I would, apart from what you do for your training teachers all around the world about how to use the digital tools, first of all I would like to ask you, Namya, how the life has changed for you, how you have been, like it's been an year, it's going to be an year, uh, like I would not say year, it's about 9 months since you have not gone to school. So how has life changed? You do you really remember of what it used to be in school? Do you even remember that? So before asking you about your work, that inspiring work you do, I would like you to please emphasize on how the life has changed. What new skills have you learned during uh, this COVID era? Over to
Yeah,
you, Namya.
thank you so much, Aniket. So, like, if you're asking me that how it was earlier and how it is now, it's like it's just a perspective of the person how he thinks. Some people actually think that we're stuck in the home and we can't go out, and it was just like you're learning the same thing when you're going to school because you're interacting with the teacher and you're understanding and grasping the concepts easily because she's explaining it using models and some experiments. But when we're doing it online, though that is not the best way to do like to learn properly, but when we have we can also equip children in this way to digital devices when they can learn something new. Because see, as because when we used to go to school, it was just like going to school, writing, coming home and learning it. But now when we are doing in this digital world, we can also explore some other things. Like if you're talking about what skills I have learned, I never knew what a podcast was before. But now, when I started exploring on my own, I've started my own podcast in which I'm inviting guests all around the world. And its name is Each One Can Teach 10, An Amazing World of STEM. So basically, I'm talking about more about science, technology, engineering, and maths. And I did not stop learning in this lockdown. It did not like end my boundaries that I could not learn anymore. I've learned things like Adobe Photoshop and Spark, Python programming, and many other things. And besides that, I've also trained teachers in my school, in my country, and all around the world at how they can use Microsoft tools, Flipgrid, Wakelet, Minecraft, 3D Bear, and many more things. So basically, I have learned from COVID situation to be self-reliant and depend more on self learning, because at the end of the day that is what matters for you. And I'm sure it has taught other people as well to be resilient, have time management skills, to plan your time, make a checklist that this is what you have to do, and you have to be planned. You can't be that, okay, I'll do it, I remember, and then, oh, I forgot. This was important. So keep your things planned that, yes, this is my priority and I have to do it, and also do a little bit self motivation, and most importantly is to remain yourself. So that's what more I have learned in this COVID.
That's just amazing, and you have learned a lot. And the one highlight from your what you have said, that you have learned how to creating the podcast, that I really loved, because we all have to go beyond that, because when we used to be when we used to be in our schools, and the exception exist, yes, but when we used to be in school, we don't really focus on different things to explore
Yeah.
something else. But COVID has given us an opportunity to explore beyond hot in classrooms, to explore different tools, to explore different mediums of expressing yourself. The podcast is one of the medium to express your views, your thoughts on different topics. And now, taking clue from this, from what Namya said, I would like to ask you, Ashok sir, that what do you, how do you think that all the young people who are joining us today can explore themselves, to explore their interest, the skills, how can they use their skills in the best way they can, and how can they express their views, because in these COVID times, we all have felt somewhere that we don't have any medium to express ourselves. We need someone to express ourselves, but we can't do it in person. So how do you suggest, as an education leader, that how can young people express themselves, and to explore themselves, basically?
Yeah, thank you, Aniket. It was such a lovely, satisfying feeling listening to Namya, and Pratik has already, said a lot of things. So we are talking in the backdrop of what has happened in the last 9 months, and also what was happening before, right? Now, what was happening before, which is pre-COVID, all those things have become much more raw and obvious and accentuated during this 9 months, right? So we talked about inequalities and hardships and things like that. And therefore, if we all close our eyes and imagine for a moment that what do we really want? So we want to create a world, which is more inclusive, more fair. There is more justice, it more sustainable. I think, and the young generation today is much more aligned to that view. And therefore, what is the response to that? The response is that we have to combine the human potential and technology's potential and innovations and policies and collaborations to come to the service of realizing that vision that all of us want, right? And therefore, I am very, very optimistic that it is the young generation who will be the trailblazers, not the older generation, because they were digital natives, they are also inclusive natives. They are fairer natives, they can raise their voice, they know it, they articulate it, they express it. So they are already aligned with all this. And therefore, their expression, their exploration, as you asked, must be directed very naturally and very easily towards creating a better society, towards creating a more inclusive society, towards fighting the challenges of the climate change. So they have those outlets. And the best part is that, I'm not naming, but today one very big company which is into the online learning platform was being criticized for the past 9 months that, oh, they are minting money and this and that. But today they have declared that they are going to create a platform for giving, where they have targeted crores and crores of devices which people don't use. They can come and donate, and that will be given to those who are not technologically advanced, right? So this is the purpose of society. So a giving society, if we can create, and two or three changes the young have to realize very clearly, that there is a push towards remote working or virtual working. There is a push towards digitalization. There is a push towards automation, right? So about hundreds of millions of new job opportunities will be created in the new areas, though of course many millions will go away also, but the new opportunities will come. So you have to develop your hard skills and soft skills, analytical skills, the learning skills, and you have to be a complete person. You have to be original, you have to take initiatives, and you have to come out, you have to work with each other. And Gauri was already telling you, the surprising innovations will take place in education. Surprising opportunities of partnership will come, and of course, the digital equipment is something which is very important. So how you explore is depending upon what purpose you align yourself to, right? But within the young people, I think the focus should be more on working together, more on growing together, more on doing something good for the society, more on uplifting the vulnerable and marginalized from their present position to a better position. I think those are the things that the young should indulge in and young should aspire for. Aniket, yeah.
Yes. Um, truly said, sir. And sir, I would like to just share a bit. Like, I would like to request all the young people joining us to reach out to vulnerable communities, because somewhere I also think, sir, I just love what you said, that we all need to be together. We have to learn to be together, to grow together, and this is one of the key message that could be of this panel, and this is that we have to learn together and learn to grow together. And somewhere I also think that we all come, like I come from a humble background, so from very small age we don't get to actually witness the harsh reality of society. We don't see hunger, we don't see poverty, but we need to reach out to vulnerable communities. We need to,
Absolutely.
because like we have a perspective that this world is an ideal is an ideal world where there is no hunger, where there is no poverty, because we have everything. But when we are going to reach out, the call will come itself. A call will come, because we are all, after all, we are all humans. We realize
Yeah.
we feel everyone's problem. So on this note, I would like to ask Pratik sir that how he thinks that how can we leverage technology, how can we leverage technology to for societal good, to solve SDGs. How can young people leverage technology for societal good? uh,
Oh yeah. So very valid question, Aniket, and I think so. I'll just give you small examples, and you'll realize how people can actually use technology to solve challenges. So I'll just give you a small example. So we have designed an IoT chip. It's like backed by Internet of Things. We are collaborating with the Bihar government, where we want to use that chip to make sure that people don't use excessive drinking water. So you use as much as you really want. So it's going to actually benefit 120 million people. Like, imagine a small IoT chip being installed in 120 million for 120 million people. Yeah, about one fourth of the households. And like just a small chip. Now just give you another example. This I told you about water. So we created a small a coin. Basically it's a blockchain enabled coin, and it's yeah, so we created this coin for $50. It's going to actually impart financial literacy or digital literacy to women across the world. We had Rani of Jhansi as the women of as the icon on it, and we are actually selling that coin. We actually sold this coin to a lot of ultra high net worth people at $100, and all the money that we are making through it is going to actually be donated, or the proceeds are going to go towards not for profits tackling SDG 5, which is gender equality. Now you can see blockchain solving the problem of gender equality, IoT solving the problem of water. I can go on and on about renewables, like electric vehicles. You know how bullish the government is when it comes to electric vehicles launch in India, just because of the climate crisis, etc. So you can see how EVs and technology is going to solve the problem of climate. I can just go on and about health. Same with education. So and by the way, if you've seen most of the education, and probably Ashok would also endorse this fact that a lot of kids now are and even schools are starting to empower kids to develop technology based solutions which can actually solve basic problems like poverty or gender equality or water or health, climate, and so on and so forth. And Aniket, you rightly mentioned most of these young people don't even come from wealthy backgrounds. So now, because it's backed by technology, it's easier to launch businesses because it's not brick and mortar. So you don't need millions of dollars to start a business. It's very, very small capital or no capital in a lot of cases. And you can end up really scaling it super quick. And once you scale it, a lot of the government is willing to partner because the government is very bullish on young people starting businesses. Then there are a lot of venture capital funds starting to fund those businesses. So it's easier than it's ever been before to start a venture which is technology backed and is solving real challenges.
Aniket. Yeah, Aniket, may I come in for a minute? Yeah.
Yeah, sure,
Yeah,
sir.
what Prateek has said, absolutely fantastic. Let me tell you, since all of us here belong to the tribe of sustainable goals development, passion, McKinsey has done a study, and they have, put it on record that out of the 169 targets, they have mapped across 15 goals and more than 100 targets where direct application of artificial intelligence has been established. That you can tackle those problems, whether it is education, gender equality, tracing children in distress, the child trafficking, facial recognition, So all those applications are available. And as Prateek said, I think the schools must encourage young people because, as I said, their progress lies in digital innovation, and they should only be given a direction as to how you channelize it. Because I personally hold the view that the technology is meaningful only when it is used for transformation. And that is very much on the horizon, as Prateek has just now said.
Truly said, sir, and you have greatly like like and you have you raised the curtain from this challenge that lies in learning to leverage this exponential technologies to develop creative solution that will address some of the toughest problem. And I also have one of the examples that how Akshay Patra Foundation, like
Yes.
Akshay Patra Foundation is the world's largest midday meals provider. Like
Yeah.
it serves food to more than 1.76 million of children of
Yes.
15,000 schools. And incredibly, the cost of each meal, inclusive of raw material, cooking, and transportation to different venues, is just a few rupees. And it's all because of how they are
Yep.
leveraging technology for good, and along with for societal good, they are leveraging it efficiently and sustainably.
Yeah.
So it was really great to hear from you, Prateek sir, and you too, Ashok sir. Like you have said it all. And now I would like to ask our young champ Namya Joshi about her experience as a young child, as a young change maker now. Like you just you just so small and you train the teachers all over the world on how can they use digital platforms and to be more specific, Minecraft in their classroom. So how do you think, uh, Named, that has benefited children? Like I would like to focus more on children, to how children have enjoyed it, how it has benefited to children, how use of such tools such as Wakelet, Minecraft. We have endless list, but how do you think it has benefited you? And also apart from it, I would like to ask you what inspires you every day to create a change, to bring a change, to to raise awareness around how can teachers use these tools effectively.
Yeah, sure. So if I tell you that be using Wakelay, Minecraft, and all other tools with which we can make learning fun in the classroom, that experience has been amazing. Because if I give you an example, that before when I did not create any lessons in Minecraft, I used to see that the children just used to see in the books whatever the teacher has written and learn it, go back home, and that's it. But one day we had a workshop conducted in our school, and that day we just had to simply tell what Minecraft is and how it can be used. Basically, it was a learning program. And that day I thought that why not bringing Minecraft into classrooms? And before that, I just used to play it for games in multiplayer. But then we were studying the history chapter in class 6, I suppose, and I created the Egyptian civilization world in Minecraft, and I shared that with my teacher, and she had shown that video in the classroom. And the change that I saw that the children were more engaged, they were understanding more clearly, and the skills that will enhance using this are the four C's: communication, collaboration, critical thinking, creativity, because you'll get more creative by seeing such things. Your brain will start functioning properly. And one thing that will never finish from your life is creativity, because the more you use it, it will enhance more. It wouldn't finish. It will always help you to have better communication skills. It will help you to solve any problem because there's not any problem which does not have a solution. And most importantly, it will help you to think critically. And if you agree with me that teachers, after parents, are the most influential figures in children's life, and they are the ones that shape our minds, and therefore they help us, and they're also the architects of our future. So it's the importance of ensuring that teachers, in turn, trained in such way to help us to be innovators, adventurers, and seekers. And the future of learning will be deeply collective. So I would like to say that there's a collective approach should be adopted, and we should all take care of these four things: IQ, EQ, LQ, and AQ. So IQ means the intelligence quotient, as it is an important skill so that we know technology, STEM, as it is a must in the coming times and it's need of the hour as well. Next is EQ, that is the emotional quotients. As I just told you about the four C's, so it is important and vital that the student should be equipped with the four C's. And when I talk about LQ, it is the love quotient, as I think and I must stress on that emotions are the gateways to empathy and kindness. So it is vital for one to love oneself, and because if we can love oneself, we can also care and make change in the world at large. And lastly, AQ is the adversity quotient, which helps us and is ability to bounce back and found opportunities that don't worry if it doesn't something doesn't work. We can still have the attitude about I can attitude that don't worry, I can do it. And if I talk about inspiration, it's always my mother, as she inspires me to do all these things. And if I'm stuck somewhere, she said, "That's okay. You can do it. You know it." So basically, the world is opening so many opportunities for STEM, AI, mixed reality, immersive learning experiences as well. So it will help the students to navigate in the world of 2030 and even beyond.
Um, Truly said, Namya. And just continuing from your concept of IQ, EQ, and AQ, I would just like to focus a bit more on TQ. Study we had Miss Devjani Ghosh ma'am. She's the president of NASCOM, and she focused on importance of trust. The trust questions, because we have all gone virtual now. The work from home, education from home, school from home, everything is at home. So if you are not trustworthy, if no one can trust on you, then you won't have jobs. No one is going to hire you if they can't trust you, if they cannot trust you on your commitments, ability. So it's very important for all of you and me also, and for all of us to to build uh, li- to live up to your commitments, up to your ability, so that your trust quotient is maintained. And yes, EQ is very much important, and your inspiration. Yeah, I always appreciate that, and I just want to appreciate even more that how you are bringing a change, because you are setting the bars high for all of us. Like, we feel that how inspiring you are. And with this note, I would like to ask Ashok sir to please focus a bit on how do you think that we can when once the school starts, that a time will definitely come when the normal schooling will start. So I'm sure that all the young people are going to face the difficulty in managing how this transition will come. So what do you have to say, or to suggest all the young people joining us, that how can they cope from that? The stress is definitely going to come, although they are all enjoy they are all waiting to for the normal schooling to resume. But I'm sure there's gonna come a lot of stress, lot of difference what they have been just experiencing throughout these 9 months. So I would just like you to please suggest, what do you have to suggest to all the young people who are going to be the part of the normal schooling in the post COVID era soon?
Yeah, now, Aniket, when we're going to reopen, you see, that will be another transition that we'll face, and I hope we face it very soon. When we move from buildings and campuses to online, that was one transition, and we met that challenge. And now the another challenge will be of equal enormity when the children will come back to school, right? So for what are the preparations we require for that is that we are all going to meet, and it is not only for children, it is also for the teachers, that we will have accessories over us. We will have masks, and we have hand gloves, and we'll be carrying in one hand water bottle, in another a sanitizing bottle or something like that, you see. And then we will look at each other with a feeling of hesitation. Some strangeness will come. We will not know in the first place how to respond to each other, to hug each other, to meet each other, shake hands or shake elbows or whatever. So I think that period will take some time before we respond. So we need a psychological adequacy in our behavior change. So that teachers will also require, and the children will also require. And the second thing is, of course, there is a lot of apprehension about social distancing and other issues. And I think if young children have survived for all these 9 months and missing their schools and their teachers and their friends and their school life, I think when this life is bestowed on them in the near future, I'm sure they will live up to that. So this is the second thing. The third thing is that both the teachers and the student, they will have to adapt to the new thing. So you'll have to do a new adaptive learning, adaptive teaching, adaptive embracing of the new tools and techniques, because all children will not come to school at the same time. Some will come to school, some will be at home, and therefore it will be a kind of in-person and virtual blending. And then I think the most important thing is that 9 months of time has given to us to know each other and what are the difficulties and shortcomings we have, what we have missed. And I think the teachers will have to do a very good homework of mapping the needs of these children. You see, so those children who are technologically advanced, they might have learned quite a lot and they might have missed on socio-emotional things. But imagine somebody who did not have digital access, no devices, no solitary place to do a lot of other things. They might have lost their near and dear ones, many people in the hospital. So all those anxieties and traumas have cluttered their mind and psyche. How do you declutter it, and how to give them a feeling that we are all in it together and we will sail through it together. I think these are 4 or 5 very, very important things that should be on the table of preparation rather than how to finish the syllabus and how to prepare for exam. That is my caution.
I could not agree more with you, sir. And sir, just one thing more I would like to ask you that do you think this social distancing has also even raised to emotional disconnect?
It should not have happened. It should not have happened because right from the beginning, we are saying that physical distancing, yes, but emotional distancing more, But what happens is that human beings, when we are in real time meeting, then we feel that we are very close together. But in a remote setting, our feeling is, oh my God, we have gone too far away from each other. Right? I mean, that is the normal psychological feeling. So I think we have to overcome, and that is why we prescribe and we practice that during this time. I think whenever we are able to talk to the children, engage them in a socio-emotional manner, engage them in a project solving manner, engage them in more discussion, engage them in finding out how they are, what they are doing. So then only we'll be able to bridge those distancing gaps, not only physically, but also emotionally.
Truly said, sir. And now I would like to ask Pratik, sir, on how he got inspired and what he has to share with young people. Uh, we just want to know about your inspiration behind being an entrepreneur. What inspired you? What led you? What motivated you? Because we all somewhere we all can connect with you have how you have covered this long journey, because you also must have faced a lot of obstacles, a lot of disagreements, a lot of problems. But we would like to know what inspired you and what problems have you faced in your journey, and what do you have to share with young people that they should take care of?
Thanks, Aniket. Well, I love to keep it short. I'm so sorry because I have another call, but I'll keep it very short and crisp. So my journey actually started when I started my first company when I was 16 years old, and I thought I came from a very privileged environment where I went to good schools, got good education, but I saw a lot of people around me, a lot of kids I'm talking about who weren't able to get as good education as probably I was getting. So I always thought that I came from privilege. And I also saw a huge business opportunity in kind of trying to solve these challenges where I thought this could really become sustainable. So, when I was young, I had a lot of challenges, by the way, and everybody does. So if you see somebody who's kind of doing well, you know that if he has one successful company, he would have had 10 failed attempts at it. So I had a lot of failures in life, initially starting up. one big thing is also when you're trying to start up, a lot of people around you kind of discourage you, and they don't want you to start up. They probably want you to get stable jobs. And I'm even talking about parents. So when I started up, my parents always wanted me to work with a stable company, get a good paycheck, which was very easy to get, but I was never motivated by that. I really wanted to solve challenges, because that gave me happiness and delight. So one advice for all young entrepreneurs: if you really have the zeal in you, please don't stop dreaming. Even if your friends around you demotivate you and tell you, don't do it, if you really have to do it, keep at it. You have to be resilient. Success will come your way. It might take time, but just don't get disheartened by failures, because failures are just a road to success. Number one. Number two, always remember that you might have a lot of failed startups, you might fail ventures, but on like so I say this every time, that companies might fail, but entrepreneurs never fail. So if you started 5 companies, you might fail all those 5, but you will never fail. In the end, you will get successful. You will start something really cool. And third, never stop dreaming, and don't back off just because your parents asked you to back off, or even your mentors or anybody who asks you to just withdraw, don't follow your dreams. They're not the right fit. So then yeah, they're not encouraging you to do the right thing. So be really who you are, and just try to solve challenges which you really think you need to solve. And then I'm sure if you do it, you will end up becoming successful. And all the people who discourage you with the end, they will all come back and support you at one point in time. So just don't get discouraged as young people. And I've seen that young people have a lot of dreams, but a lot of people end up killing that dream just because somebody said, oh, you won't be able to do it because you're 16 or 15 or 14 or 17. Age is just a number. You will be able to achieve your dreams. Trust me on that. And I'm just turned 30 now, but I started this when I was 16, and I've built 8 companies. And I've had a lot of failures, but trust me, success will come your way. So just keep at it.
Thank you so much, sir. It's truly inspiring, and you truly said young people has a power and potential to change the world and to solve the world's biggest problems. And as I've just seen that you have to leave somewhere, so just I would like you to leave an inspiring message for all the young people who are joining us today.
Yeah, I love to leave by just saying that dream big, okay? And like even the word impossible says, I am possible. So nothing is impossible. You might have zero money, and you might not have an idea yet. But if you have a big dream, you will achieve that. Trust me on that. And I've been through that path. And I can tell you, as young people, the biggest asset that you guys have on your end is your age. Number one, which nobody can steal from you, and B, your skills, and C, your dream. So just keep acquiring skills, keep dreaming big, and everything will be possible. I'll have to leave at that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for joining us. And as we are going short of time, I would like to ask Dr. Ashok sir to please leave an inspiring message for all the young people who are joining us. And in the same row, then Namya. So over to you, sir. Um,
Yeah. Hello. Yeah, Aniket.
hey, sir. Yes, you're
Yeah,
audible now.
I think I was muted. So, my message is my learning. When I look at you, I look at Namia, I look at hundreds and thousands of youngsters, it gives me inspiration, it gives me hope. I know the past is full of distortions, the past is full of a lot of disappointments, but the past has given a lot of inspirations as well. And those inspirations and the modern knowledge and modern technology and the grit and the emotion and the change making gut of the young generation such as yours, I think will take this world very, very far. And for people like me, who have always advocated that we need a very prosperous, sustainable, equitable world, I think that world is not difficult to achieve when I look at the achievements and when I look at the commitment of youngsters like you. So just keep doing what you are doing. Don't be disappointed. If I can give you one suggestion, I can only tell you, don't be disappointed. You see, so do four things. Learn a lot of his skills. Okay, and secondly, teach those who do not have the opportunities, right? And fourth, do not be disappointed if somebody tells you, oh, what you're doing. And the fourth and the last thing is, commit yourself to finding a solution to a problem and then applying it without being without having fear of failure. Okay, so these are the four things which are very, very required. But I can tell you, I can caution you, you will have people around you who will tell you, oh, what are you doing? But more such questions you get, more resolved you should be, because we are living in a world where you will find people around Namia and around Aniket, that people will come and say, oh, what is climate change? There's nothing called climate change. Okay, I don't see any climate change. And now you will be disappointed. Oh my God, what do I do? Do I go and hit my head against a wall? No, don't think that. Just a smile and make a renewed effort. That's what I can tell you. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity.
It's it's our honor, sir, to have you. And you said really great that it's sometimes this happened at when people say that you are just doing it for no reason. Means I can tell about myself. Although we are short of time, just one point I would like to share, that I started my journey of change making in class 10. At that time, my parents used to say that you won't be able to do anything in life. But one change that I have seen through these 3 years, now their statement have changed, and they say that at least he would be able to do
Do
something
something.
good with
Yes.
his life. So this change comes slowly, and we need to stay empowered and keep change making. And now over to you, Namya. I
Yeah.
would request you to please share an inspiring message.
Yes. I would love to listen to her before I leave.
Yeah, sure. Thank you, sir. So, I believe that most students can join with my journey, as I believe that each one can teach 10. So, basically, with each one can teach 10, and those 10 can teach other people. And in this way, the chain continues, and we can make this reaction more beautiful and impactful so that we can also achieve the SDG goals. And basically, the each one can in the end of the day teach many. And I also resonate with this quote that thousands of candles can be lit by a single candle, and the life of the candle will never be shortened. So it's never one person. Many
Yeah.
people will inspire you, they will motivate you, as my school has always stood by me, and they have motivated me in whatever I do. And you can let's turn the bandwagon to make this world a better place to live in. So that's what I would like to say.
It's it's
Thank
it's really a great message and a deep message, Namya. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
And and
thank you.
and before ending this panel, I look forward to a future where every young person has a dream, and they don't feel like their dream is limited because of the circumstances that there's any skill that is unreachable to them because who they are or where they are. So it's upon all you young people joining us today to fill this inequalities inequalities that exist anywhere in the world, and we have the power to change the world. So if a lot of power and inspiration. I would just like to end this panel, and thank you so much,
Thank
Dr.
you.
Prateek
Thank
sir
you.
and Amya, once again for joining us today and creating this most inspiring session. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you. Thank you, Aniket. Thank you, Samia. Wish you all the best. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hi there, girls and boys. It is so wonderful to be with all of you today. Though we are separated by oceans and time zones, I can feel how strongly we are connected by our shared vision of a better world and our faith in the power of youth leadership. I want to thank you all for joining us today and yesterday, and huge thanks to 𝐒𝐚𝐥𝐿 and the entire team of the Tale of Humankind for organizing this invaluable youth summit. I'm delighted to be in such inspiring company, both in this very distinguished panel of young female change makers, as well as the rest of you who are participating by speaking here or by attending the summit. I have learned so much from all of you in the last day and a half. Now, there are many reasons why this summit is incredibly important. As its background statement identifies, at the heart of every global threat is a failure of leadership. This is true anywhere in the world, but living as I do in the United States, where COVID-19 is taking a record number of lives every day, and the election results are not being honored by the current administration, this statement rings more acutely true now than ever before. In India, the good news is that our greatest strength, the true wealth of our nation, is the size and force of our youth. As we know, more than half of our population is under the age of 25. So if you, the majority in our country, make it your mission to change the world, no one can stop you. Yes, this is a particularly dire time in the world and in India. We have a pandemic raging that has shot massively out of control. Violence against children is disastrously on the rise. The politics of hate and intolerance are threatening the very basis of our democracy. But the beacon of light in this darkness is you. We are facing the biggest challenges of our generation because of COVID-19. Between India and the United States, the two worst affected countries in the world, more than 20 million people have been infected. In addition to being a terrifying illness, across the world there is a breakdown of education and healthcare systems, the loss of food security and family income, and consequently a greatly increased risk of child labor and child trafficking, to name just a few. And these risks only intensify the spread of the other pandemic that has been plaguing the world for years, and that is violence against children. Globally, 3 out of 4 children are victims of violence each year. Every 5 minutes, a child dies in this world as a result of violence. In India, there has been a shocking escalation in violence against children during the pandemic. Did you know that 11 days into the lockdown, Childline India received more than 92,000 SOS calls? Just think about that. Almost 8,500 calls a day, leaving aside many more thousands that were not even reported. Girls are especially at risk as the frequencies of domestic violence, sexual abuse, and early marriage are increasing disturbingly. And yet, the horrifying truth is that this crisis of violence is not new in India. As we are focusing on youth in this summit, let us go back 8 years and take a moment, a very painful moment, to remember young Nirbhaya or Jyoti Singh, who was hurled from a bus onto a sidewalk after she was brutalized. And as she lay bleeding, no one stopped to help her. "I want to live," Jyoti had said again and again before she died. We also remember Asifa Bano, age 8, who never had a chance against the gang of grown men who raped and killed her 2 years ago. Nor did the Dalit teenager from Hathras, who could not have uttered Jyoti Singh's brave words even if she had wanted to, for her tongue was cut off by her attackers barely 2 months ago from today. Yes, these are unspeakable acts, but we need to speak about them because they are the truth. And if there is one reason why you chose to be at this summit, it's because you want to make the truth better. Brutality creates a deep and collective trauma in our nation's consciousness. We can't just shut our eyes and walk away like those people who left Nirbhaya to die. That's not an option, is it? Because this is our reality, and it's up to us to change it. For in India, violence against girls is no less life-threatening an epidemic than COVID-19. But if violence is the enemy, we also have our heroes, the youth of India. Time and again, I am stunned by your awesome strength and resilience. Indeed, your invincibility. This summit proves beyond any reasonable doubt that you can be the voice of our conscience, the champion of the vulnerable, the guardian of justice. I know you have the power to protect a generation, the power to start making things right. It's a mighty battle, all right, but to all of you young leaders, I want to quote one of my favorite film heroes or sheroes, Princess Leia of Star Wars, to say, "You're our only hope. The Force will always be with you because only you can fix this broken world of ours." It gives me such pleasure to say that the 4 outstanding changemakers you'll hear from in this session have been doing exactly that, each in her own extraordinary way. We have consistently seen that the risk of child abuse and exploitation, whether it's domestic violence, sexual abuse, harmful labor, human trafficking, or child marriage, is hugely reduced by delivering education, spreading awareness, empowering communities, and adopting a child-focused participatory approach. I feel privileged today to be sharing this stage with Anubha, Yamili, Nabila, and Mishal, who are doing all of the above with such passion and brilliance, whether it's through technology training, actively championing girl-child education, encouraging girls to break away from oppressive stereotypes, innovating ways of agricultural income support, or building sustainable skills in the domestic workforce. Inspired by these heroes, I want to ask each of you who are here today to think of one practical thing you can do, big or small, to end violence against girls. And I must add here that we also have with us in this summit immensely inspiring boys who are equally committed to building a more equal, just, and safe world for all girls, such as 𝐒𝐮𝐦𝐬𝐴 Singh or 𝐒𝐮𝐦𝐬𝐷 Gupta. The active engagement of male changemakers is indispensable if we are to achieve gender equality and girl safety. I want to end with something that 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐷 said when we were chatting on the phone a few days ago. He pointed out rightly that when a young person in India wants, for example, to be an engineer, she has a clear route for doing so. But if she wants to be a social activist, there are no instructions or training resources she can rely on. By pooling together the transformative advocacy, aspirations, and accomplishments of our youth, this summit has put together a diverse and impressive toolkit, laying the foundation of a remarkable handbook for young leaders like yourselves. And I know that each of you will keep adding to its shining pages. I know you will rewrite the future and make the world a brighter, fairer, safer, and kinder place for everyone. Thank you so much for letting me be a very small part of your amazing story.
Uh, Hi. So, am I audible? If someone could just indicate. Hi, 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 Yamili. So I see.
We can't hear you. Pragya, we can't hear you.
If I could request the host not to mute me, please. So I think that's a cue for us to start actually. so so yes. So I think it was we all heard Nandana. So first, a huge thanks to her for such an impassioned words, I would say, and it reminds me. And I mean, I think as we segue into the session where we will be talking, I'm really reminded of these very powerful words, which I absolutely believe in, by one of the leading feminists who said, "We, the women, are volcanoes. And when we share our experiences as truth, as human truths, maps change and new mountains appear." And it gives me immense pleasure with these words to welcome you all, because each one of you who I can see on the screen and who we will be hearing, and our listeners would be listening to you as we sort of proceed, you're the living example. I mean, all of you are literally scripting new narratives. You're rewriting the world for all of us, for women, girls, people. And I feel that even though we are divided by boundaries of the two nations, what truly unifies all of you and us is the passion and the commitment to keep doing what you do, to change the world and continue to make it a better place. So, with that, I would sort of just make a quick introduction, what really struck out to me about each one of you, and we would like to hear more on those. So, we have Anubha, so I'll take this sort of, I'll go clockwise. So Anubha, you have achieved so much at this young age. You're featured amongst Forbes under 30. You have started your own organization, Girls Script, which is literally you're scripting the lives of so many young people and girls, especially. You're using tech for good. How technology can empower young people to really unlock the potentials that they have. uh, Moving to Nabila, where you come from, it's absolutely. Do we have Nabila here yet? No.
She'll be
So
joining
we
soon.
Okay. So I think let's move to Michelle then. That's how you say your name, right? Michelle. Um, so
Uh,
I was,
can you hear
yeah,
me? Yeah, yeah, that's
yes, I
right.
can. Yeah. So when I was reading about you, and I think I read up a lot apart from what I already had, and I feel that there's so much of inspiration. You are a business student, of course, but how you believe in changing and using the power of knowledge to truly find solution to individual and collective problems. And in particular, your initiative called Her Story, which is empowering so many women with economic opportunities. We'll hear more from you as to what you have witnessed and your insights, because it's similar yet different, and we would sort of dwell on that a bit more. And We have Yamili, who is breaking the beauty myths, who has been in the industry and also attended the Global Youth Summit, and then founded her own organization. And correct me the pronunciation because it's Tamil, Sairi, right?
It's Siri.
Siri. Okay. Siri literally translates into smile, and that's what her organization is called. And she has been doing that, working on SDGs, and not just breaking the beauty myths, but also giving us an example of what beauty is, what beauty does. So each one of you beautiful beings, welcome on this chat, and we are going to have some really amazing conversation and look forward to hearing from you all. So let's just jump straight in, because we are talking about sharing experiences, human stories. So if I were to ask each one of you, and let's just take the clock, beginning with Yamili, Michelle, and then we go to Anubha. Choose an adjective that define you and why, and add a question: what was that one tipping point in your life that gave you that catalytic start? So, Yamili, if you could begin with that, responding to this question. Human stories. Adjective that defines you, so and that tipping point in your life that changed the course clock. For others, Yamili, actually, Michelle, and then we go to Anubha.
Um, Adjective that defines me would be I'm very impulsive in terms of living new experiences through narratives, and I do believe that narrations that come across have to be so authentic that when people from every spectrum of a community partake in like visual or audio storytelling of it, so that is when it takes a bigger picture. So where for me it all began as change making was the first time, unknowingly I was in a beauty pageant, and I was there mostly because I was all eyeing up for a crown and I want to be a part of a pageant. But then when I was going through the process, I realized the kind of social myths, and that I realized what I was being standing for and what I was representing as I got closer to the day of the show or the finale. And that is when it mattered, when I was standing up on the stage, and when Madhur Bhandarkar, the director of the movie Fashion in Bollywood, he asked me a couple of questions about why would I should win, or what makes me different, or why am I standing there. I realized that it was not because I was any different from anybody over here. Everybody has their own unique qualities. But what changed was I was representing a part of the community that was underspoken, and I was just amplifying their voice. I was not there to give a new voice. So that is where my change making journey started. And going to the Global Youth Summit only amplified my voice even more further, because that was the first time I spoke about it on a global platform. And I knew that I had to take it forward to bridge a gap between where I'm coming from and where I want to go forward.
Absolutely. How lovely. How lovely the way you moved from impulsive to more definitive path that your life took. So, Michelle, if we were to sort of ask you the same question, an adjective. So each one of you have to do this, like an adjective that defines you and a tipping point in your life. We can't. The host, could you please unmute the panelists, please?
Can you hear me? Yeah, this is a little, sorry, it was a little annoying. I couldn't unmute myself. Yeah, so it's thank you so much, Pragya, for the lovely introductions, and it's so good to see Emily. Hi, Emily. Actually, yeah, like last year we met on a summit in Switzerland, and it's just lovely to see your face again. Yeah, a little about me. So the first thing was few adjectives, and a little. I would actually like to reintroduce myself a bit, because things have changed in the past 1 year. So I thought that it would be good to just tweak in a bit and just tell about what I'm doing right now. So right now I'm doing my master's, and I'm here in Denmark, in Copenhagen, and it's 12 a.m. here, so that's why I have like a little sleepy face right now. So yeah, I'm doing my master's in innovation and entrepreneurship, and I've done business studies from Pakistan. So, and yeah, about my journey and little something about me. I have a background in, again, some voluntary work, and like you mentioned, her story, where it all started, I would say that there were small things that built up over time and that used to nudge me. And then again, when you belong from a middle class Pakistani family, I think many people can also relate to this story. In India also, we
Yes.
have differences on a national level, but we do, when it comes down to these stories from different classes, I think we can relate very much to with each other. So I think like I come from this. Of course, the story goes like I had many restrictions. I'm from a conservative family, and again, I'm stuck in this place where I don't know what to do. People are moving forward. They're taking hold of different opportunities, and I'm turning down every opportunity because I know I can't. I won't be able to pursue the things that I want to. And then yeah, there were few there again, and after applying to different things and different summits and getting so many rejections and failure after failure, I realized that okay, maybe I need to start looking around me and start small instead of just jumping to just climbing the ladder fast. Let's just look
Yeah.
around me and see how can I create change. So it was then when it started that I started seeing things from different perspective. I started questioning different stuff, and
Yeah.
I think that was that point when I started realizing that okay, maybe it's us who have to start questioning stuff and
Yeah.
stop this circle of stereotypical thinking that is coming down from generations to generations. And it was just kind of a pattern that if it goes in our
You had to
family,
break. Yeah.
and then you pass it to your children. And then I was like, maybe we don't have to do it the way that our generations or our
Yeah.
parents or our grandparents did. And then then one of the examples was the culture of domestic workers in our society. I thought that in that moment that made more sense to work on it. It
Yeah.
wasn't something that I thought that okay, this is my passion, I want to do it for the rest of my life, but more of a real time thinking and saying that okay, maybe in present this issue is important and I want to deal with this
Yeah.
thing. So yeah, at that moment it really hit me and I thought that maybe something can be done. And that's when of course I had to come to Denmark. But then I also managed to start this project, Her Story, that you also
How
mentioned. And
lovely.
yeah, and then I
Yeah.
thought that it would be cool to just try this out. Maybe I'm far away from my country, but I can manage my team from Denmark. And then in January I did this small sessions, these small trainings with the domestic workers. And yeah, it was again, it was something that actually made me believe in myself that okay, maybe I didn't change 100 workers life, but
Yeah.
maybe I trained one girl and she really looked up to me in a way. And then maybe I changed her life, and that's okay. I was really content with myself,
Yeah.
although it wasn't a
Yeah.
huge success, but it's just small steps. And yeah, and then I wasn't able to continue that because of Corona, and
Yeah.
I'm here, so I had to put a stop on that project. But again, it doesn't mean that you stop
Yeah,
caring
but
and you
what counts is that your effort continues. I mean, like you have found at different points in time what worked, at the same from when you realize what did not work. So I'm sure you will find another way to make it work as well. And I'm just sort of seeing the message that the host is saying that Nabila will not be able to join because she is facing technical glitch. And yeah, I mean, and you're moving to Anubha, who's using tech for social good. And we will talk more about how women experience that challenge a little more. But Anubha, just talk about an adjective that sort of defines you. And when did you, and what made you sort of decide to take on the use of technology for social good, empowering young people with that, unlocking the opportunity? Could I request the host to unmute Anubha? She's not able to sort of, and please keep the panel members unmuted for a while till the session is going on, because we'll have to keep asking you again and again. Please unmute Anubha.
Yeah, so the adjective I relate to mostly is empathy. Why? Because I am into the industry of education, and I believe that, and the sole purpose of starting this organization or the foundation 3 years back was to help people in understanding their story. Because the main flaw in the education system or the pillar of education everywhere across the world is, I believe, customization. So we don't understand, if I have to study with you in a similar classroom, you might be a lot better than me, the background you come from, or maybe what you have learned, or even just your basic like grasping skills. So you might be a lot better than how I am able to learn. So I think understanding everybody's stories and stepping into their shoes and then teaching them something, I think that is the word I relate to. So empathy or being empathetic is the word I mostly relate to. The point where I felt that okay, I have to be a change maker. I think it was when, because I belong to a very small city. It's called Chinwada in Madhya Pradesh, which is a tier 3 city in MP. And when I shifted to Nagpur, which is again a tier 2 city in Maharashtra. So there, when I took admission in first year of my engineering, I saw that there are so many clueless individuals in my classroom. Like till 12th standard, I was studying in a CBSE school, like even in a small town, but there were many people who went to IITs and even to bigger colleges. Like in small city, people take birth with like aspirations, like they have to move out of the city and do something. But when I came to a bigger place, I had a lot of aspirations, or I had a perspective about it. But when I came here, I understood that okay, these students do not even understand why they have taken up this course, what they want to become, what they want to do. So then I realized the pattern in every college, that there are 90% of the students who never get a spotlight, and there are 10% of the students in a classroom who get every spotlight. They know what they are going to do next. They have a set plan at least, or even if they don't have any plan, they are confident enough that okay, even if I survive this program, I'll do something else. So they have that kind of mindset. But these 90% students, some of them are intelligent than these 10%, but they don't dare to speak up. They don't have that expressive nature. A lot of them are underconfident mainly. A lot of them are clueless, or maybe they don't have enough support, or they are just doing degrees, especially girls. They are doing engineering MBA just to get a husband who is also equivalent or maybe more, just adding degree as a batch. So I realized all these things, I think, in first year of my college, and it was very depressing. I was thinking to change my college, but then in my personal life also a lot of changes occurred, and due to that I had to be there no matter what, because my father passed away suddenly after my first year results. So I had to be there and face the challenges. So from second year onwards, I decided that no, I will host different events at my college, bring different college clubs or initiatives to these people, so that I can help them in whatever way I can. And I think when I came to final year of my college in 2017, I decided that okay, now is the right time when I start my own organization, because till then I had worked with a lot of companies, but still I saw that okay, the gap of 90 and 10% student in a classroom still exists, and I need to do something about it. So that's how it all happened. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I think when I'm hearing each one of your stories, I mean, somewhere in the path that your definitive or whatever you sort of that moment that took you on that path are very similar. It was an urge and a compelling need to change the way things were, to question the status quo, whether we look at Yamali's story, or whether you look at Michelle's story, or whether we look at your story. You all felt that something was not okay and that needed to be changed. So I think now if we can go in the anti-clockwise direction and dwell a little more, and start with you, Anubha. We know like technology is extremely, and now during pandemic, more than ever, we have realized that technology is empowering, but at the same time, technology is also excluding a lot of those who are on the margins, who are excluded, and girls even more. Especially when we talk of India, like the rural penetration of digital and technology is really poor. and that reaching women and girls is even lesser. So, while you talk about some of the wins as well, but do share some insights on how did you tackle like the girls in tech and the gender in tech as an opportunity, the challenge that became an opportunity for you. So share with us some more.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. That's a really great question. So thank you for that. And the first thing I would like to highlight is that, as you said, that technology is even increasing the gap right now. So what happened is, if I take one example, so we were doing a project in Delhi slums right now, and then the project started in March. And in March itself, like, we took 2 classes, and then after that, the pandemic hit us, and then we had to close the entire project because these slum students, they hardly have a mobile phone in their households. Like, they don't have any
Yeah.
tech resources, so we cannot. So our motto with launching the project in slum was to enable them technologically, so that they don't take up a job. Like, they don't dream of becoming a house help, they dream of becoming a
Yeah.
producer, they dream of becoming a freelancer or a designer, because these people are also creative. So we decided to
Yeah.
do that, but then it was on hold for almost, I would say, 4 months. The project was on hold because we were trying to arrange the laptops and suitable internet
Yeah.
connections for all the students. Finally, we managed to do it, but then it took a gap of 4 months. Otherwise, these students would have been somewhere else if they belong from a family at least who can afford a mobile phone or a laptop. So definitely, technology somehow is creating the gap. If I talk about girls, so I went to a campus placement of HSBC. So it was a campus placement in Nagpur University for all the women students only. Like, it was not for men. And in the second last round, we had a programming test. So I saw a group of bunch of girls, and they were speaking that, okay, the next test is programming, and anyways we are going to fail, so let's go home and let's not waste time. And I think this also impacted me a lot, and I won't
Yeah.
forget it in my entire life, because I was also there. I also had to write the test, and I think attempting also is what we have not focused on. Like, we just want to take a step back. We don't even want to attempt anything, especially girls, because even I was taking personal mentorship session with a lot of engineering girls, and literally many of these girls cried on a video call because nobody listened to them or their story. And these girls belong from Delhi University, very privileged background. But then she was like, men in my classroom always tell me that, okay, this is competitive programming, this is data structures, you won't be able to do it, or you won't get selected. Just don't do it. Just go to some designing, UI UX development, or maybe you should choose something which is like content writing and technical. So you should go for something which is easier. This is not your cup of tea. So we
Yeah.
keep telling them, and I think we need to stop on this, that we shouldn't tell them that we cannot do this. And I think that's how and we need to talk with each other, set that kind of role model, so that people can talk freely to each other, so that they can draw inspirations, and maybe at least give it a attempt. That is my
Yeah.
like, it is not compulsory that you should take a burden that, okay, I have to become a woman in tech. No, everybody can't be that,
True.
but
True.
at least giving a attempt is very important. Yeah.
No, thanks. I mean, I think one of the things that I would especially want to mention about Anubha to all those who are listening to us, that in order to enable young people with training and equipping them with the learning opportunities and tech, she collaborated with over 50 companies who came forward with support. So kudos to you and your effort, Anubha. Keep doing the amazing work that you do. So I
That's
think I
really
move.
inspiring.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
and one thing that Anubha, you just said, which is again something probably, I don't know whether it's a gender thing, but women connect with stories. Their experiences are so similar that probably that empathy, or it connects naturally, I feel, in some senses. So I think moving on to your story, Michelle, because we want people to know that, the women who become inspiring, it's not like it's just a given. They go through a lot on their own, a journey, a narrative, where they consciously build that space, sometimes by accident also, but also consciously choose that space. Especially talking about women in workforce. You took a huge leap. You moved out of the country, and you are now contributing back to the roots, and especially economic empowerment. And I would come to the question, but because we are all women who are working women, but despite years of progress and advocacy by the movements across different continents and countries, women in workforce in itself has been a challenge, a consistent challenge. Still, it's not a desirable number, right? But what you are doing is also economically empowering those who are not organized workforce. If I would believe, even in Pakistan, like domestic workers are not organized workforce. How did you go about that? And how challenging, and why them, and how challenging or easy was it? Some insights there would be really good for our audience to hear. And why her story?
Yeah.
Tell about that as well. Why her story?
Yeah, so first I'll like to address the first thing that you asked regarding the narratives that we build and how people start relating to your story. I think that was that was something that I was that was very surprising for me when I first started sharing different lessons or different everyday stories with my social media audience. And it's just like I was when I started mentioning my struggles of, for example, just a simple thing, doing your master's degree from abroad, for instance.
Yeah.
It's funny how many people majorly focuses on girls. They reached out to me and they messaged me that Michelle, this is we just read your story and what you keep on sharing, and I like, how did you convince your father or your parents if
Yeah.
you wanted to study abroad? And this is something the people from privileged background, or people who have always been studying, who didn't have these kind of struggles, find kind of hard to relate to, that, oh, your parents didn't are they that strict? And then you're like, it's you can't blame them. It's not
Yeah.
them who are strict, it's just the generations and generations. And then I it was funny how the girls who reached out to me had the same questions that I figured out when I wanted to convince my parents that I want to go out. And then they were like, Michelle, how did you finance it? How did you get a scholarship? And what did you say to your family? And actually, it's like, if even if my father agreed, my grandmother is a little against this culture of girls going out. And if they go out, they might have more control and they might become independent and everything. And I'm like, yeah, that's like, this is something that I actually know, and I've been through all these phases. So like, through my story and through different techniques and little secrets that I kind of shared with them, that okay, maybe you can do this and this to convince your father, and just do it quietly, and just try to maybe do the stuff, and then later on ask for my permission, like these small
Yeah.
things that work for me. I told them that they might not work for you 100%, but they might. So that was something that I thought that it's
Sharing of
really
your experience. Yeah.
yeah, just
Yeah.
sharing them. And then when you asked about this, again, economic empowerment about for women, and then I thought that it was really funny to actually um, observe this pattern in our households, that how we ourselves, or maybe our mothers, or our parents, or our families, they were also kind of really reluctant to pay a fair amount to these
Yeah.
women workers in our homes. And I was kind of shocked, because I knew that my mother is always looking for a domestic worker who can, who's going to work for cheap. And then I'm like, but she has 2 kids and she's working overtime. And then when you look at the developed countries and developed world, and then you see how fair the wages are here. For example, if someone is a domestic worker here, how fair they're being paid. And then I'm like, okay, this is really weird, because I maybe not able to change this whole domestic worker market, but maybe
Yeah.
for sustainable and long-term income, they can't always work in other people's household, and they can't just keep on wiping the floors and everything because they have kids. And then like what's the part where they can actually become independent and have sustainable income? That was something that I had to figure out. And people were like, Michelle, just give them some money. And I used to argue with them that that's short term. If I give them funds, and if I get a fund for my project and I just give them money like this, they won't have any
They won't
incentive to
realize the
work.
importance.
Yeah, so they won't realize the importance of learning skills. And I have to tell them that if they learn some skills, their children are watching them. So just learning one or two skills are going to maybe inspire them when they grow up, and that can change the cycle. So yeah, that was something that these are something that are in the roots of our culture. They're just embedded in the roots, and you can't actually figure out the problems unless and until you talk to the people on daily basis, the people who are being affected by these issues. So like talking to them for, I don't know, I've always been really close to these kind of these people who are really struggling, and who are actually I don't know, and again the right word, underprivileged, you can say them. So I actually love talking to them and just asking them
Questions
like
and
daily life
talking to
questions,
them.
and just getting inspired by like their definition of happiness. And then you just like, oh wow, like they don't want much, they just want a good future for their kids like every other mother. And yeah, that was something that kind of transformed
Into
my thinking. And
it's really,
I think
really it's really
yeah.
inspiring, Michelle. I think the way you put it, like it's again the telling of the story, how the connections that formed, and then looking at the lasting uh, change. And we'll come to that more when we move to the next segment as well, in terms of how people can know about each of your work. But Yamali, coming to you, I think you also took a break. You worked in the, as you said, that you worked in the beauty industry as well, where you wanted to be win that pageant and the title, to doing what you're doing now. And tell us a little. So talk about that uh, intersection a bit, and also at the same time, do share with us more about what Sairi does.
Yeah.
How does it spread smiles, and something that touched your heart, um, in that change? Because I also know when I was reading that you, even during pandemic, you have run some really successful fundraisers to actually reach most essential care for the most marginalized who couldn't have access to that. So would like to hear a bit more about these pockets of change that you have been sort of creating. So over to you, Yamali.
I believe there are three parts to it. So answering to the first part of it, so when I took the break knowing that working in a firm which was absolutely like working like 10 hours a day is not something that I wanted to do, and I wanted to partake in something else. So I stumbled upon modeling on a it was completely by accident. I went into it and I was opened with welcome dams, just absolutely only because I was just tall enough to get into it. But once I did get into it, it's a tough industry to do last in, and the kind of challenges that women do face on a normal basis. Like the most challenges that right now we are facing is anxiety and depression because of the pandemic, and because we are being isolated from a lot of people. But at the same time, the industry, how it works is that is on a normal day-to-day basis, you're being told that you're not good enough to do something, or you're just rejected for not being good enough. But what I learned over time was not taking it personal. So what I'm doing now, coming to the second part of your question, what I'm doing right now is basically I work as a strategy growth, or manager, associate, however you want to put it as. So what we do is when you're working in a corporate firm, and when people do come across something like, oh, she's won a beauty pageant, it is hard for as a woman, and especially as a young woman who works in only teams which are led by men and mostly are only men. So it becomes more of a meme, it becomes more of a joke that models can't be taken seriously, or serious
Yeah.
women can't be models and do something else. So that is something that I wanted to just keep up with it, and that humans cannot be confined to a box, and that is what hit me. Like, you need to make representations matter. That I come from this, but I'm working over here because I want to be here. You cannot change something from the outside, but you'll have to go on the inside and then take a look at it. And then, so while I went through like a full 1 year of getting dragged through my own while I was in my job, and then slowly it started to change. That okay, you know what? Maybe these things could happen, and it's not everybody that we do generalize a large section of our society. So coming up to it, like why my foundation started was, so I come from a generation of basically my grandparents were farmers in a small village in Tamil Nadu called in Rameshwaram. So my granddad, he moved out of the town basically during the pre-colonial rule. So he moved out of town during the colonial rule to take part in to get a better job so that he can provide for his children and his family, and he wanted them to have an education. So my parents did their schooling, and I'm the first graduate, the third generation that I went to college. So I remember that when Anubha was talking about a lot of students being confused in DU. So I come from SRCC. So I do remember like going into a college which is absolutely where people know exactly what to do, and being overwhelmed where I become the first person to graduate. It was absolutely blank. But then it just only gave me more of a perspective that if I've come on the third generation to go to school, and imagine somebody who's sitting out there when I was volunteering for Teach for India, whose hopes are only defined by what their parents do or where they can go to. So because on a day-to-day basis, when I was volunteering as a teacher, all what we did was, so what is common between me and you, or what is common between everybody who stands, is basically we all looking for validation. Once I get one person for validation, and that validation has to come from someone you respect, someone you believe is cool enough. And once you achieve that, then you gain a perspective on how things are. And then you start to think about, okay, this was absolutely very simple. Why did I give so much importance to something like this? So I was tackling the issue of how the income inequality in our society is attacked by just having a social status, or by having the monetary basis for it, or the financial being. If I walk into an elevator and somebody coming from a more somebody from a marginalized community, they're also in the same space, and then they wait for you to walk in first, and then probably they'll go in the next round of the elevator. And this is a very common scenario in most of the developing countries that happens here. And that is only because that you feel, or you personally feel, that you're not validated enough to be a part of them or to go in front of them. So this is what we're trying. So tackling this, we were trying to imagine how can you not. So this was a complete session where we asked the kids, like, why would you not want to go in with somebody else? So they were like, Didi, they have more money. They can, if I do step onto their shoes, I might be thrown out into something else. I don't have the power to defend myself, which is absolutely true. So when that comes into play, so I told them about the story of how most people, I mean, more than 40% of our country does think, when you talk about beauty pageant, it's always linked to being fair skinned and not being brown. Initially, we are primarily Indians and we are brown. So I told them like how I narrated my story of how I went into it. And it was nothing but just me having the confidence to just give my voice that I'm here because I want to be here. And if you do portray that, people are not going to see whether you are brown, whether you are poor, or if you're not. They're going to see what you bring onto the table, or what you already have. So, this is where my foundation comes into play. It is basically a culmination of everything that I've done. Yeah. So I wanted to do something on education because that is where my beginnings and humble, my generation or my grandparents, everything has belonged and come up to. And I wanted to do something on the part of women in workforce, or women in executive positions in workforce. Even though Indians, primarily, I do know that we are described as we all fight for women in tech or women in more leadership positions. And the debate is always about men know things and women know people. So why is it that women are not in your managerial executive positions, but it's actually most men who know people and who do things also. So why is it
Yeah,
that when you define women, you say she knows people? That is why she's supposed to be in the household or she's
true,
supposed to manage
true.
things. Why is she not in an executive position? So that is where my projects come into play about digital literacy or education, where we're trying to give that representation to that part of the community. So when you're going on to a managerial or into a corporate world, you need to represent yourself in a much more formal way, or how you go
Absolutely.
about it. So it doesn't come that
Yeah.
I'm coming from the college and you go on it. So
No, so
really,
yeah,
yeah.
so I think Yamili is just so amazing. I mean, I think with each one of you, like at every point, you guys are ending your lines. I mean, there's so much more that I want to know and I want to keep talking. But I'm just being reminded that I have 5 minutes. So, and I didn't even realize it seemed that we just started. And it's such an interesting, I think it's telling the stories, and that is, even though I may not have met all of you, but it feels so connected. So we will continue this conversation and we do hope that we remain connected. But let's end on some fun note. A book on you. So Anubha, let's start with you. A book on you, what would it be titled?
Yeah,
If
so the book title, yeah, go ahead.
no, that's the question. Go
Okay,
on.
okay. Okay. So the book title would be Vision Board, because I am 25 right now, and when I was 20 years old, I created a vision board in one of the classroom activity, where I cut like newspaper, and then I decided what all I want to achieve in maybe next 5 to 6 years, and I am really proud to say that I have achieved almost everything that I wrote 5 years back till now.
Wow.
So I think my book,
Should be called Vision
Vision Board,
Board.
yeah.
This truly calls for an applause, and that's what is so inspiring that 5 years ago, what you decided, so rightfully it should be called Vision Board. So, Michelle, your book.
Yeah, I haven't really thought about it,
Just,
but
just impromptu think.
I yeah, like I sometimes write my journal, but and I titled it my growth journey. So I think if I write a book, it's definitely going to be something related to growth or
Journey.
journey. Yeah, I just came up with it. But I think
Yeah.
that is something that in a nutshell would define me, because I've always had a growth mindset, and I've grown so much. I'm not the
Yeah.
same person I am the last year, month, or day. I'm
True.
like always looking for growing. So yeah, I think it would be my growth journey. I just
Lovely. So, Yamini, your book,
Um,
what will it be titled?
It'll probably be titled as The Seven Colors of the Rainbow, because it's not one color that basically defines it. There's just so many to it. And I absolutely resonate with, not being confined to one particular thing. So if you want to be 10 things, then you are 10 things. It is what it is.
Well, thank you. That's incredible. From vision board to the growth story to the seven colors. So, wish you all the very best. And I am so gutted that we're not able to have Nabina join us. But Nabina, when I was reading her story, I mean, let me just tell the audience a bit in just a minute. Uh, it's a story that we all know, like of Malala. I mean, she's a household name across the world. But Nabila is doing so much more amazing work. She's in an aviation, she's also studying in aviation and working on education of girls in the rural Pakistan. And she's also started something called literary club in the aviation. It's called Aviation Literary Association, where it's literally giving other girls the opportunity to dream. So with her in the aviation is, so there's a metaphor, like she's in the aviation industry and literally giving wings to the dreams of so many girls in rural Pakistan to fly. So wish her all the best and do hope that we are able to connect with her at some point. But do keep in touch, all you wonderful young women, and all the very best. Keep charting out new paths and keep scripting and re-scripting the narrative of your
thank you
life and those
so
around.
yeah. Yeah. I was yeah, Pragya, thank you so much for such a lovely discussion, and I hope we stay connected to you
Of
also.
course.
And yeah, I would have loved to know a little more about your story also, but again, we are short on time, and
No, this was the Shiro's time, and we wanted to hear
yeah,
your story. We will take it offline.
yeah.
So, on that note, uh, wish these amazing women all the very best on whatever they are doing. Follow their work, look them up. Yamali Prasad, Anubha Maneswar, and Mishal Shah. Look them up and follow their work and keep telling their story. Thank you so much. With that, have a lovely evening wherever you are. I mean, we are in South Asia, so it would be evening, but you are in Denmark. So you can, so good night to you. Bye.
Good, good.
Bye.
Bye, bye.
Great. Okay. Hey, hello, everyone. Welcome to the climate crisis panel of A Tale of Humankind. I have like an amazing bunch of people with me. Before we move forward, my name is 𝐶𝐮𝐲𝐻𝐼, and I'm the founder of Let Me Breathe. Let Me Breathe is India's largest climate change and pollution storytelling platform. On this panel today, we have some of the biggest kids in India who have been leading the climate change and air pollution movement for a while. I know, Aman, I've worked with a lot of you directly and indirectly. You have Mania, you have Ridhima, you have Hemang. I'm going to quickly introduce everyone. Although the introduction sheet that I have is so big, it makes me think that when I was, I think, 14, 15, 16, I really just had one line to write about myself. So I'm going to start with Hemang. Hemang is a 13-year-old experiential learner who's actually is a climate action driver. He's a global goals keeper. He's a TEDx speaker. He's engaged with NASA Space Apps Challenge, and he's also involved in a lot of I think he's a pit crew member of NASA Human Rover Exploration Challenge. I want to know about all this, Hemang. He's the University Rover Challenge 2019 at Mars Research Desert Station and engages in climate conversations every Sunday from 5 to 6 p.m. India time on Facebook Live. He's the youngest to pursue the Fab Academy diploma from MIT Boston's Center of Bits and Atoms, and is currently a fellow for climate action at Anant National University. Wow, Hemang, it's an honor to meet you. Can the host unmute the panelists, please?
Yeah. It's a pleasure. Thank you.
Yeah. Great. Next up, we have Ridhima. Ridhima is known for the petition she's filed against the government of India in 2017 to their inaction on air pollution, if I'm not wrong, Ridhima. In 2019, along with 15 child petitioners, including Greta, she filed a lawsuit against 5 countries to protect child rights. She's the ambassador of Earth Day Network program, My Future Voice. She's the national ambassador at ISEC Dehradun's Ignites Carnival. She's a youth ambassador at Positive and Difficult Dialogues Global Sustainability Films Award, currently making school, college, and institute students aware of the rights and how they can fight for their future. Next up, we have Manya. She's, by the way, hi, Ridhima. It's really good to finally meet you face to face. I've been following your Instagram stories and all the actions you do. So really, really amazing to meet you. Next up, we have Manya. Manya is also doing a show with Let Me Breathe, which I think everybody should be very excited to see. She's a 16-year-old climate activist for about 3 years, and it's one of the co-founders of Climate Action India. Her activism has been largely awareness building, and she's been leading climate strikes in Gurgaon since 8th grade. And I've been to a lot of speeches that have been given by Manya, and it's super, super amazing to see you on this panel and see you actually back in action when it comes to climate action.
Thank you, Tansi.
Okay, next up we have Aman, and I have 2 massive paragraphs on Aman right in front of me. Aman Sharma is a grade 12 student in New Delhi. In May 2019, Aman petitioned the government to declare a national climate emergency on change.org. A lot of people have signed that petition. His story and work was soon picked up by Thomson Reuters and the World Economic Forum and went viral online. He managed to collect over 370,000 signatures on that petition and subsequently helping create a network, all in for climate action, consisting of more than 100 activists from 90 countries with a combined 1.7 million signature count. Wow, Aman. All campaigning for a climate emergency declaration worldwide. This campaign was also presented at the UN Youth Climate Action Summit in New York in 2019. He's spoken at the Nobel Peace Prize Center's Oslo PAX in Norway as one of the 2 Indians selected. That speech was amazing. I still remember that. And at the UN Nature for Life Hub, an event at the 75th UNGA in 2020. He's also an ambassador for the Earth Day Network, the Weil Foundation, and March for Science, and was selected by UNDP and the Good Code as a part of their campaign to promote Mission 1.5. As a core team member and organizers of Fridays for Future India, he was one of the founders as well, Aman, if I'm not wrong, right? And part of the FFF International, Aman has helped organize several protests across Delhi and India, mobilizing hundreds of thousands of people and kids to strike on climate action. Aman, I think there are a couple missing here, right?
Sorry?
There are a couple of actions and the groups you're a part of which are missing here. I remember there's this global, what is it called?
I've co-founded Re-Earth recently, which is a global NGO working towards climate education. And back in Delhi, I have co-founded India's largest birding community, which is called Cuckoo About Nature Club.
Yes. And you do a lot of amazing programs. I don't know, are you still running that program where you take birders for experiential walks and stuff?
We have had to go virtual because of the COVID crisis, right? But we do virtual bird walks now.
And that's amazing.
Nature talks with kids and children discussing their experience interacting with wildlife and forests with other kids.
Oh, that's amazing. I think, Aman, you were one of the inspirations for my balcony birding when the lockdown started.
Thank you.
Yeah. And okay, so how we're going to do this panel is very, very informal. We all are constantly talking about climate action, air pollution. Today, we're really going to focus on how can we inspire more people to participate in climate action by simply sharing what we do, what is our inspiration. So the first one, I would say, 𝐓𝐚𝐥𝐞, I am very intrigued to know what your inspiration is. And you call yourself an experiential learner. What is your inspiration to actually start participating in climate action? And please do mention the NASA part as well.
Well, yeah, thank you very much. And actually, it all started with a big journey, I would say. This all started in 2018. So where, as I said before, I was going for the Mars Road Challenge as well as the Mars Road Challenge. And I was going for it, and I was preparing. I want to learn more about the subject, right? So it's a big subject. It's very complicated to learn. So I spent around good time, around 3 months, learning about how is it manufactured, how is it done. And while my study case, when I came to 2019, I was doing my course on Fab Academy from MIT Boston. And we were assigned to a rural Fab lab, which was in rural Maharashtra. After going over there, me being a city boy, totally out of my comfort zone. Like, how do you manage by getting less water or food or anything like that? And I asked many questions like, why is this happening? Why is this happening? And at that time, I was like 12 or 11. So 12-year-old me was very questionable. So it's and the questions turned into like a big irritation to me. Like, why is this big issue going on? Then my mom told me, well, it's a climate change. There's no water over there or good air, anything like that. So again, 2019 went like that. I would say about November, I started going more on this topic so that when my course was getting a little bit lighter on me, so I had more time. So that's when I started researching a lot. In my meantime, I like to research on a few topics, and climate change was one of them. And later, I saw how much it's a big topic, and so many NGOs and people are trying to work on it, and so many activists around the world, and even you guys, they're working so hard for it. And it's an inspiration, that a person who like younger or older, and older generation or younger generation, they're both working together to have a better future for everyone else. And I'm very like happiness for it. And myself, I'm not really into that much climate change. All right, I'm pretty new to this field. I started like 1 year ago. I'm more on techie guy, so I always see like how tech can help climate change in many more things. And how action-wise in 2020, because of how COVID has struck everyone, it's going a little bit online. But I would say in 2020, before the lockdown hit Hyderabad, where I live, I organized a lot of events, local events by schools. And myself, I don't go to school. I'm a homeschooler, or in this case, I'm an unschooler because I don't even go to school. That's been like 2 to 3 years. Um, and I'll say I have a lot of
Wow.
time. I have a lot of time to do all these things. So with enough of time to support my parents, I could organize local events and basically get all the schools together. And me didn't get that education when I was in fifth grade or fourth grade at that time. So I like talking to them, teaching them from a young age can make an impact when they grow up. Like, yeah, I got this knowledge from this person as fifth grade. This is wrong. So climate change like that. So seeing my mentality of where I live and trying to focus on that part, I would say this is what I have done. I This is just a local area which I try to do, and I wanted to do a little bit more globally and spread awareness like that. I felt like I wanted to do a little more. So I felt like, well, live streaming is a good way to do and expose your things. And at the time, I have good Facebook followers who really wanted more learn about my Facebook and many of my real life things what I'm trying to do on this climate change. So I felt like, what kind of good thing can start this? So I was talking to one of my friends, and she invited to her talk show, and I got inspired by her. And like, let's do this climate talk show. What is a good name? Climate Convo. That's it. And every Sunday or 5 to 6, I organize it. I bring a lot of speakers around the world, young or old, different experiences, different fields of point of view, and I just trying to tell education about it. So this is my way of spreading awareness, and it's really going very well. Many people DM me and send me emails saying like your climate convos have affected a lot of way I think about normal things such as wasting food or water, how red meat is such a big danger, and many more things. And it's just a happiness saying like, well, my work is doing something, it's kind of making some impact. I don't know how many people it's reaching, but I always get like many messages when I wake up, like, oh, few people have messaged me like, thank you for this climate convos. It's really inspiring for such a young person like you. So I guess, yeah, that's quite successful for me.
No, that sounds amazing, Amal. I would love to tune into that show as well. Amal, I had a question. Do you believe that a lot of science, I mean, this is the biggest conversation that's happening globally right now, the role that science plays in climate change? Through your show, through your activism, are you sharing a lot of that as well? Is that something that people get a chance to share? I mean, for example, this year we had NASA really like telling us how stubble fires were burning in Punjab, and it was very easy to track it, right? So is that something that engages you? Is that something that inspires you as well?
Well, that was some of the pandemic factors, and I remember a recent Climate Convo host talked about this, and he's like a scientist. He has a, like, I don't know, 10, 5 years plus experience in this field, and it's basically weather data analyst. And he basically told us that if we're not careful enough, India, where like every place will have cold areas, might turning getting hotter even more as rapidly as we see it, and it's basically even crops can drain by itself. It's unpredictable at this point. That's what he said, and it's a
Yeah.
lot of things. And I would say if you are very interested, there are many more speakers coming, so you can tune into my climate con whenever you're free. It's on
Sounds
Sunday.
amazing. Oh, definitely. Please do share the link. Okay, so Ridhima, I would love to know what was your inspiration. I know that when you joined others in the petition, it completely changed the game, right? So I would love to know what your inspiration is behind climate action and what are you focusing on right now?
Mm. So it's basically there was not sort of like a person who like influenced something. There was a moment which I had in my life, which I saw and which made me think of like this is really devastating, and it really scared me out, and which made me think that that yes, I have to stop it, and that was the Kedana flood that happened in 2013. So at that time I was about 5 or 6 at that time. So I really didn't know how to read or write like properly, even not like Hindi. So it's like usually in the morning my mom used to read the newspaper out loud so that I can hear it and can understand then what's been happening in the world. So it's like gradually it's like my mom and my dad. It's like as being a person working towards like wildlife conservation and environment conservation, they are the one like watching out news every day and reading out articles and telling us like, oh, this happened today, this is not right, this is not good. So it's like at that time as well when the flood happened, my mom was the one watching out TV continuously and having conversation. There was a conversation going on in my home that okay, this is what happened, this is not was not right, and seeing the visuals of people crying that they were like they lost their homes, they lost their because they were where they were growing crops, they lost that land, they lost their homes, they lost their family members, and seeing kids crying out that we lost our parents and we don't know what we are gonna do now, and the small world that they had, they lost everything that they had. So it's like seeing that and seeing the destruction that happened, and after that, hearing my mom reading out the news articles and saying that was really destructive and had many people, many tourists out there died. It really triggered me out and really somewhere made me kind of like scared of that. At that time, from that point of time, whenever I was sleeping, I had this thing in mind. When a flood would happen, what are the things that I'm gonna carry with me out, and how I'm gonna survive from that flood, how I'm gonna swim, or what I'm gonna do. It's like it somewhere had a very bad impact on me. That like every time I was just like, what if the flood happened? And when it used to rain, I got scared a lot. So it's like seeing those things really triggered me out, and at the same time, it's like my dad works for wildlife conservation since last. He's been working for wildlife conservation since last 20 years. So when he went over that place and rescued animals and took the pictures of them hurted so badly, somewhere met me like because I had a really good connection with when it comes to animals because I love animals. So it's like when it comes to like seeing them hurt or seeing any like even if I see any street dog died or even my street dog died yesterday and it was a really sad moment for me. So
Oh,
it's
I'm
like
so
seeing
sorry.
those
Yeah.
things. So seeing those things somewhere made me that I really want to know what was that and at that point of time I didn't really had that I want to stop climate change or I really didn't know what climate change and global warming was. The only thing I wanted to do was I want to stop flooding. I didn't knew anything, but I had this thing in mind that I have to stop flooding because this is costing a lot many lives, and this could even hit me out. And I don't want to face the same problems as those kids did. I don't want to lose my parents. I don't want to lose my house. So at that particular, like at that point of time, my mom and dad, as they were having the conversation, I just jumped in and I was like, "Tell me why this blast had occurred." And I don't want to stop this. Like, stop this out. Like, do something to stop this out. And at that particular time, I came to know about climate change and what global warming is. And since I came to know about like what global warming is at that time, for me it was a glow, and there was fire out like
Mm.
underneath it, and it's getting hotter and hotter. So at that point of time, I somewhere thought that it's really an interesting kind of like thing to know more about, and I gradually started learning more about it. And since slowly when I got into it, I came to know that floods are not the only thing which has been happening. There's lot more that's been happening, and we really have to stop out. And when I came to know about child rights and about how my future has been in danger and how the future of the coming generation has been in danger, still we didn't had done something wrong to the environment as being a kid, but still have to face the brunt. I didn't felt it that it was right. And from that point of time, I really wanted to make changes. So in the very beginning, I started living a sustainable life, and after that, I didn't really saw a difference because in the beginning I had that okay, so I'll live a sustainable life, and after that, I made changes in my lifestyle, and I was like things would change up, and now climate change would stop because I have started living a sustainable life. But I really didn't know that this is not the phenomena. And once I came to know that it's not gonna make a bigger impact until and unless many kids, many people out there are gonna follow up the same thing. So I was like, I want to do something that could create an impact right now, that could really have that could really stop these things out. And when I came to know that government are the ones playing very big role in it, I somewhere wanted them to understand that what they are doing is not really appropriate. And
Hmm.
at that time, I just wanted to do something, and that was the time that my dad entered and he told me about doing petition, and from that, from there, my journey basically started.
Wow. And how has it been since now, ever since the petition? How are things? Do you feel positive that there's change happening? Do you feel like there's a lot more people gathering now? Do you feel you also campaign on air pollution a lot? I've noticed. Yeah.
So it's what I feel is when I started in 2017, there was not many kids out working over there. I didn't really know kids, those who were working in this field. Greta was even not there. She started in 2018. So it's at that time, at that particular time when I started working in it, I somewhere felt kind of odd in the very beginning, and I felt what I am doing, is it wrong because no one has been working in this. But
Oh, I think we've lost Rhythma. Okay. So until we get Rhythma back, I think, Mania, would you like to talk about what inspires you? I've seen a lot of your activism on ground myself, especially when a lot of us were campaigning to save Aravali, to really work on 𝐒𝐥𝐿. And I think you took a little bit of a break and you came back literally recently. And I would love to know what inspired you to get into this for the first time. And yeah,
That very honestly, I think I came from a place where I was in a school which talked a lot about the environment. And, it was like global warming is a thing and we were taught about it. But I I'd accepted it as a fact of life, as an unchangeable fact, because I didn't believe that there was something I could do about it, mainly because I didn't understand the larger reasons for it. I just knew that uh, using cars causes global warming, and you can't stop using cars, and that was the extent of my knowledge on the subject. One day, however, my brother and we were sitting on the couch and just watching random TED talks, and Greta's TED talk had happened to pop up. And for some context, my mom is a citizen activist. I mean, maybe not in the
yeah.
truest sense of the word, but she has been a part of activist movements which have been successful. So for me, that sort of introduced me to the fact that I can make a change. That protesting isn't something that's just done for attention and doesn't have any consequence. For me, change is possible even if you're just a citizen. So then when I saw that TED talk by Greta, and she was like, that I didn't believe it was a problem, because if it was truly as dangerous of a problem as it is, other people would have done something about it. And I realized that I know how bad the problem is and I'm not doing anything about it. So I think that's for me when the switch flipped. But you mentioned that I had taken a break in the middle. That was largely because I had my board
Yeah.
exams, but also I feel like a lot of the time when you're in the activism sphere, you start to feel burnout, and you're like, I'm doing, action after action. I'm doing protests, I'm doing awareness campaigns. What's it really leading to? And because it's the long game, the change isn't immediate. I think you
Hmm.
can start to get a little bit um, you know tired of
Yeah.
constantly doing the work. So I think I took that time for myself. I took about a month or a month, I think around 2 months off, where I was like, okay, you know what, I'm going to ease off and not be so intensely involved in it. And I think now that means that now that I'm back, my actions are more effective, and I'm more enthusiastic about it.
And you've also got a chance to internalize and really plan and strategize what's next. That's amazing. I think, Anna, you mentioned something very important. Eco anxiety is something that all of us have actually been through. I think Ridhima was mentioning it. I know that Aman and me have had a conversation where he's switching between exams and stress of protesting and then panel talks, and it gets really like stressful that way. But no, I'm really excited that you're back. And I think in some time we're going to talk about what's next. But I would love to know what Aman is up to. What was your inspiration? Aman, you've been in the climate, you've seen a lot of things, right? Ever since you started. I would love to know your journey.
Tansil, I had started formerly as, I hear a lot of stories about people seeing injustices happening and standing up to it, and that leading to climate activism or activism of any sort, because at the end of the day, social justice and climate justice are so interlinked. But for me personally, it came from a very different angle. I was actually I've always been a wildlife lover since I was a kid, and my parents used to take me to these nature sanctuaries when I used to be young, and I would be fascinated by trees and birds and plants. And just being in nature, being in wild, is something that would fascinate me. And I think that is where my activism stemmed from initially, because I saw the number of birds and animals and wildlife in general in Delhi decreasing. This is a fact that I think most of us don't know about, but Delhi is actually the second most bird populous city in the world, and it has more than 500 species of birds. And you would never imagine
Wow.
that this is a tag that could ever be attributed to also a city which is, for a major part of the year, the most polluted city in the world, right? Um, and just bridging that gap between what we know and what is, and between how much we know about our natural world, transcending the boundaries of our classrooms that tell us to be more grounded in books and theory, and sometimes even impractical theory, rather than learn more about the world that we live in and that we coexist with, is something that I have always tried to do through, be it activism, be it founding an initiative. And that was my entire idea when I realized that climate activism and wildlife conservation is something that I need to personally engage in. Because I also had this time where I felt small. I felt that anything that I do would not make an impact. And I still don't know if anything that I'm doing is making an impact, or if I have been able to make an impact at all. But at least I know that I'm doing my bit to work towards making an impact, that I'm contributing something of myself for something that I hold very dear to me, which is the planet that I live on, and the people that I share my space with, and the biodiversity that I coexist with.
No, that's amazing. I think a lot of things, I had no idea there were 500 species of birds. I mean, it's a city tag we should really put on the city, right? We should be like, hey, it's not the most polluted city in the world, but there are like so many birds that exist there. I remember like seeing all these new kind of birds during the lockdown, and it was amazing. I remember reaching out to you as well on that. Ridhima, we lost you there, but you're back.
Yeah, it's just a technical glitch. I was not able to join in again, so I just
Okay.
like took my dad's phone and just came in.
Okay. So, okay, we just had a little introduction for like the same way we were talking to you. I actually realized one thing while in the middle of this panel. We all have different ways of how we do climate action, right? Like Manya loves to do public engagement protest. Aman, I know you'd like to do a bit of everything, but I think right now you're focusing a lot more on communications and awareness leading to action, including online and media, right? If I'm not wrong, right? And I think over here you have Hemang. Hemang, you using, if I'm not wrong, you're using storytelling and talk show as a format to instill knowledge around climate change and climate action. And Ridhima is using the legal route, translating her eco anxiety into a legal pattern which can lead to positive change. But a lot of us have experiences in various fields, but I really want to take a quick check. And anyone who wants to go first, maybe I can just choose. where do you think the climate change movement right now globally is? See, my generation has ruined the planet, right? And the generation before me. Your generation is really, really taking climate change as a major cause. And now we see a lot of things changing. I mean, my inspiration when I first got into climate change was I was at a part of a Greenpeace protest. And I realized, wow, I didn't know why would anyone protest for global warming. This is about a decade ago. And then I started reading about how the glaciers are melting and the impact it's having. A lot of things have changed, but in the last 4 years, things have rapidly progressed towards a lot of good knowledge. So, Ridhima, where do you think we are, and where do you think we need to be?
Yeah, sorry, can you repeat the question? I just
Oh,
lost the connection.
us. So I was just basically asking where do you think the climate movement now is, especially because you all four of us have all five of us have some kind of experience between the global climate change movement, the Indian climate change movement. Where do you think it is right now, and where it should be, especially in a country like ours?
For me, what I think is like the movement. It's like since last like few years, it has got like a little importance that it should get because it's like now more youth are into it and more like people, not only youth, like diverse like aged people are into it and really working hard towards it. But at the same time, it's like there are very less amount of people as they should be because what I feel is like as being the one as being the youth getting going to get like affected the most. We are not that much aware, like not many youth are aware. Still even it's like if I
Um, okay, think
it's just like if
yeah,
I
we
yeah,
lost you there a
so
bit,
if I
Ridhima. Yeah.
yeah. So it's like if I do talk to my, even if like a small kid, like maybe of like fifth standard in my school, and have a talk with them, like, what do you think about climate change, and what do you think if what I am doing is it right? They would be like, I don't know about climate change and global warming. I've just read it in my textbook, and I don't really have an interest in it. And that's what they are like. They don't have interest in it. They don't feel it's interesting field, or I don't know. It's like not many youth are into it, and it's really important for them to get educated and them to get aware that yes, it is really important for them to fight for themselves because we have like as being youth and as being the person getting so much engaged into it, we really know that not like the older generation, like most of the older generation people, like those who are being called as polluters, they're not gonna stand for us. They're not going to stand for our future. They're just like concerned about how they can get more and more profit, how they can just like make more luxuries, more money. And that's all what they have in their mind. They don't think about like what they are doing right now, how it's going to affect us in long term. They are just like for the short term it's going to benefit us. That's what they have in their mind. So it's really important. What I feel, it's really important for the youth to get to know that yet it is a really important fight for them, and it is really important for them to take up this to save themselves. And at the same time, if we talk about our governments, it's like recently like our environment minister just like made a statement that India is one like out of the the countries which have signed the Paris Agreement treaty. Like India is the one doing a lot, but it's like it's the paperwork. It's the paperwork which has been done a lot. It's like on paper there's been like large number of action has been taken. But as being a person, as being an activist and seeing the ground reality, as because in my state Uttarakhand even there are many development projects that have been happening and seeing the destruction over there and then seeing how it is impacting the people over there, it's just like it's not the right way to do the development. We are not saying that you shouldn't do the development, but it should done in a proper way, that it shouldn't happen. It shouldn't like make the people like get affected because of it in like afterwards. Because it's like if we talk about the Char Dham project, it's like it's a big project out there, and even like somewhere destroying the norms even, and at the same time like that particular Himalayan range is the youngest mountain
Yeah.
range. So it's like it is not that like bounded that you cut that and it would stay in that place. It's like the mountains are falling over, destroying people's house. They're dying. They're losing their
Wow.
families. And again, the same thing has been happening. And I don't know why that road has been getting like that big constructed if that is going to affect the people the most. So they're just considering the tourist and how much money they're going to make after it, not the lives of the people. So it's like the life of people, the life of youth doesn't really. So I feel that it's really important for all of us to just like start acting right now, because what I feel, it's like we are doing a lot, but still we are somewhere lagging behind. As we see this problem, it's a very big problem, and we don't have that much time left. So we can't
Yeah,
say like, okay, we're going on pretty well. We are not. We have to be in a track where just like we have to run faster and faster. We can't be just like walking out.
definitely. I mean, I think you've made a very important point about, as a country, I don't think we can say no to development, right? And development needs to be a priority, especially after a situation like COVID has happened. But when it comes to sustainable development, I, for a fact, know, and I think all of us would agree, there's a lot of gap in understanding what sustainable development is. And at the same time, there's this keyword I would like to introduce in this panel. It's called the face palm moment, where you're constantly doing this and saying, how is this possible, right? Hemang, same question.
Well, as I said, depends on how we are going to take it. If us we go on the corporate style, say like, well, do I really want to see and more invest more money on climate products and switch my entire business that way, or do I just want to put this as a rub of a cart and leave it basically? Um, we as activists, we're trying to put as a kind of some kind of pressure on government or companies to make us switch, or not like a switch, just try to make us switch or have an idea of it. And many of the companies from fashion designing, I actually tried a lot, and as most notable one is Adidas, who
Oh, wow.
have used plastic bottles and turned them into fiber for themselves to put it on their clothing line or shoes or anyone like that. So the sudden changes like that, if we do it in our future or plus continue this way, I guess I see ourselves going to a sustainable future. But again, it depends on how our mentality is going to switch. Of course, activists like us can spread more awareness about this, but in the end, they're going to see like what will make me the most money. Do I really want to go with this and risk my life on it, or do I just want to stay safe or do engineering or do go Microsoft or something like that? So
Definitely, that's a very important point. I mean, we saw Apple taking a lead, some kind of a lead, which is connected to removing one charger, how much it's saving. I mean, there are lots of solutions. I think, especially when you talk about sustainable fashion, I swear, I mean, there's a lot of conversation happening around it. But as Ridhima says, the implementation and action part is at so many multi-layered levels that Adidas taking the lead in like converting a lot of vegan sneakers to Apple trying to do something, but there's such a long way to go. I mean, I know the only research institute on sustainable fashion in the world is led by Louis Vuitton, right? And that is the only one. In order to become a part of that certification, a lot of fashion designers can't get. I mean, forget the starting fashion designers; they can't even reach that stage, right? No, but that's amazing. Manya, same question.
I feel a little like our situation with climate change is that our mom was out of the house. She called us and said, "Take the fish out of the freezer," and we forgot. We're hearing her car pull up in the driveway, and we're running to the freezer, hoping it will defrost in 5 minutes. That's not going to happen. We should have taken the fish out of the freezer when the climate scientists first told us that, guys, this is going to be a problem. Because now it's very tight, and we have to hope and pray that it's not too late and the action we're taking is going to be enough. But in terms of where we were, say 10 years ago, so I'd say from where we were 10 years ago, we're in a much better space now. Is it the space that we ideally should have in the space we should have been in? Ideally, no, we're still miles behind that. Yeah, I think that's where I stand. And I think I think one of the biggest problems is that it's reached a point where you say global warming, climate change. The person you're talking to, unless they're already interested in it, immediately switch off. Because if you're not interested in it, you've managed to distance yourself from the issue, right? You started to think that it's not going to affect me. But what people don't realize is that yes, it's going to affect you. I remember very clearly sitting in second grade, actually talking to my friend who was like, they're saying that the summers will be as hot as three suns, almost 40 degrees by the time we're in eighth grade. And I looked at her and I laughed and I'd said, 40 degrees, you're insane. Summer's not going to be 40 degrees. And now we did touch 40 degrees. We touch it quite often.
Yeah, definitely. I totally agree, Manya. And I think a very important point, as 𝐒𝐮𝐷 is also talking about, like mainstream level change to the action that we do is a long, long way forward. I feel like another thing is like we need to reach to a lot of communities who are like young people like us who are in the smallest of towns who maybe don't own a mobile phone, who don't have access to that. I don't think we've heard like a lot of climate action coming from there as well. So, Aman, I want to ask you the same question, and I want to add a layer to it as to how do you think climate action in India, climate movement, can transcend, because you're one of the founders of Fridays for Future, transcend into the like the smallest states in India, and how can we have more young change makers like us, not me, I'm old, to make sure that they can take action?
Tansil, I think that movement like Fridays for Future, which is based on skipping school or work or any sort of institution and striking, may not be possible in every rural part of India, right? And currently also it's not. Because even though we had 250 plus locations across India, and a lot of them rural for the September climate strike that we had done last year, there are obviously a lot more locations in India that we need to be looking at because we're such a big country, with so many different region states, in areas. But I don't think people in rural areas always have the privilege to say that they're going to skip work or skip school or take time away from their daily schedules, to be able to come and join a protest. I don't think the situation in the environment in rural areas is always that open that the local administration or any institution or authority that has a say in the functioning of that area would let the people protest against climate change. And I don't think the mindset has evolved, to a point where climate change is a big issue for them. And I actually understand that completely. We cannot expect everyone to fight the battle of climate change. It is everyone's battle, but not everyone can fight it, right? Because unfortunately, we live in this world that is riddled with inequalities and injustice. And a lot of the people don't have the resources, privilege, is the word actually, the privilege to be able to be a part of this fight. And that's very unfortunate because it's actually marginalized and weaker communities that face the effects of climate change much harsher than any one of us do. But it's also oftentimes then that don't get to always participate in such action. But I feel that people in rural areas have shown time and time again that one mode of climate action, which is striking, isn't the only thing that they need to do for biodiversity conservation or climate action. As you probably know, indigenous people on our land, tribes from Northeast India, from Central India, they've been protecting their land for generations. They worship wildlife as sacred. They believe that they come from the land and the land comes from them. And they hold that to be the most sacred bond to them. The first concept of conservation was Gajavanas, which was elephant forests, right? Which is mentioned in the Artha Shastras. So I believe that climate action is not only of one type, and I think everyone can do their own bits. They may not always be able to come out for strikes, but they are still the front lines of the climate crisis, and a lot of them are on the front lines of stopping climate change from happening in other ways. Talking about the 𝐒𝐿 movement, when it came to the real deal, I doubt a lot of us on this panel would have the guts to ever stand up to real loggers. We talk about them all the time on our panels, like we're doing right now, but I doubt we have the guts to go into a forest stand in front of loggers and hug trees, like so many women did during the Chipko movement in India. Uh, and that truly shows the resilience of people from rural India. They may not have the means, they may not have the resources, and sometimes they may not even have the education at all. But when it comes to things that matter to them, they always stand up for it. And I think the only way to actually include more rural people into conservation is education, be it by talking to them about it yourself or through the education ministry, which would be changing our textbooks to talk about what climate change is, to talk about what biodiversity is, giving one chapter in a course, and expecting kids to rote learn it for exams is actually not. It probably ends up doing more harm than good because it institutionalizes the subject. It takes out all practicality out of it, and it talks of it as some far away, distant problem that isn't really hitting us because what are we doing to address the climate crisis? We're talking about it, we are hearing about it, we're reading about it. But if no one in school is actually telling us that you need to do something also, you feel such a big disconnect and you lose interest. And that's what Ridhima was talking about, right? Kids are like, we don't have interest in climate change or nature or biodiversity. And that is something that can only be changed through education.
And I think that's a very valid point because I know there's a lot of conversation happening on introducing this curriculum, but the process is pretty long. So before you go, I think I'm going to round up the panel literally in the next 5 minutes. So the last question is, going forward, the work that you are doing, a bit about that, and how can more young people join the movement? Right? How can we inspire? And really, I mean, I'm looking at more practical things, right? I know we've talked about a lot of theoretical things. So this is that moment to talk about the exact work that we're doing and how can we actually get people who are watching this to join it or maybe take action themselves. All of us had that moment when we got inspired to do this. Yeah. Aman, this question is to you. Maybe we'll start with you here.
Yeah, thank you. So Tamsil, in 2018, I was sitting in my balcony and photographing the birds that used to come to my balcony. And I went to school next day. I tried to ask my science teachers about what species of birds they were, and they had no clue. And that to me as a kid was very odd. It was a bit shocking for me that the birds that I'd seen in 5 minutes outside my home were known to none who lived around me or who I could interact with. And it was also odd for me to not find any other child in my entire grade who had an interest, as people call it, in climate change or nature or biodiversity or any of those related subjects. And that was shocking. It was also scary because you always have the thought that, okay, am I doing something odd? Is my interest a bit off? Because no one else seems to have it. No one else seems to know what you're talking about. People find it silly that you're willing to not go to a birthday party, but rather go to Haryana, waking up at 4 a.m. in the morning and chasing birds over lakes and fields, right?
And clicking some amazing pictures out of it. Let's not forget that. Yeah.
That is when I came up with my own birding community called Cuckoo About Nature Club, which I co-founded with two amazing young bird watchers. And it now functions as a subset under the Delhi Bird Foundation, which has more than 50,000 members worldwide. We've grown to 500 people. We are now the largest and the first youth-led birdwatching society or community in India. And we've tied up with multiple schools across India to basically bring the birding or the nature experience right to your doorsteps. You think you live in a concrete city, you think that the only birds and animals you can see are pigeons and crows until you actually step out of your comfort zone. You go to a forest nearby and you experience this world that you've never seen before, this world that you've only seen on National Geographic Masai Mara documentaries right in your backyard.
Wow.
From that, I believe I was introduced to Fridays for Future last year. I had my boards going on. And
I remember even during the Oslo thing, you had your boards going on. I was like, what? I remember when you were doing your Oslo talk, you had your boards going on as well. Yeah.
on that time too. And And I read about what FFF is, and I was like, okay, this sounds very interesting. And 2 days before my English exam, I was there striking, talking about why climate education matters. And that is where I started a petition to the government of India to declare a climate emergency as an umbrella petition for them to really enact 5 or 6 main proposals that we had for them to tackle climate change. And we were able to get 330,000 signatures on that. We made a big movement out of it, which got 1.8 million signatures worldwide with 90 countries, 110 activists. We presented it at the UN Youth Climate Action Summit. I think that was the reason you nominated me along the 𝐘𝐮𝐦𝐬𝐧𝐝 Foundation to speak at the Nobel Peace Prize Center's Oslo PAX. And I believe it was for this work that we had done with All In for Climate Action and the change that we had achieved for it. So when it comes to youth taking action, I believe it is a necessity, but I don't think that it is something that can ever be compulsorized for kids across the world. Because it is something that people should do out of choice. It's not a mandate. It's not something that every kid needs to be actively engaging on by a forcing hand. And I also feel that I don't think it's okay to tell the kids to do things all the time to save the planet, because I wasn't even born by the time that enough damage to our earth had been done, which is probably now irreversible, right? Nor were you probably.
Yeah, I'm suffering as well. Yeah, but I think we were responsible. As millennials, we were also. But I totally agree. Yeah, definitely. It's a very
Because
valid point. Yeah.
I think sometimes people patronize children and say that it's our responsibility, but honestly, it was your responsibility. And now that you've not done anything, we're having to miss school and juggle studies and talks and climate action, right? But yeah, that's my take on that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Aman. We're gonna quickly give these last thoughts. I know that we're going a little over time. 𝐓𝐚𝐥𝐞, same question.
Oh, well, so what can I say at this point? But first, I would say is our generation might messed up. There are many things which we're currently facing. But what I would say, working with the old generation and the new generation, because the old experience is way more valuable than what we can get by just a quick Google search. But what I would say is, even us finding many potentials or many more things, even peer pressuring the entirety of government, it's just in the end the human mentality. So like, do I really want to do it? I want to stick with something else. That's how it's going to be. So even when I started with my own doing emails at the spring workshop in government schools, it was very hard to get in because there are some kids saying like, why should I do it? I'm interested in something else versus climate BS coming this guy. They didn't even go to school and just coming to me and saying, what is this? So that's the mentality which I had to work with. And again, insistent and like, well, it's a first try. It's going to happen sometimes. Later on, I armed myself with an AK-47. In this case, with conversations.
Okay, thank God. Wow.
Knowledge. Yeah, so I didn't feel like going to my parts of my parents, saying like, not parents, basically teachers, like putting a big show, putting an hour-long lecture is not going to work hard. It's better go with the individual guy and talk to them and say what is this and how this is going to affect. And that made more impact than putting on a big stage and talking for an hour long, which was
amazing.
That was much better. So yeah, first time experience is always kind of fearful, but it did work out in the end for a better one. So yeah, I guess everyone should get their own weapon, but not an AK-47, right? But communication is a very big tool in my opinion. Yeah. Communication is a very big tool. So I guess communicating is very good for young age people, for us, so they get an idea like, yeah, this is climate change, this is bad, you just stop it. So yeah.
Amazing. Thanks so much, man. It's a very valid point. Bania, any closing thoughts on this as well?
I think it's very daunting, especially when you get involved with it at a younger age, because then the narrative is immediately that you need to make the thing. Like Aman said, the onus is already 100% on us, and we're not even out of school. And the
Yeah.
fact that Aman came to a protest in the middle of his exams is this, it's the same story for so many people. I organized my
Yeah.
first protest bang in the middle of my finals. So the thing is, it's very, very daunting, because it, and the narrative around it is so scary and so doomsday is here, that it's easy to get pulled into the despair of it all. But I think there's a lot of hope on the horizon. And and I feel like sometimes there are a lot of people who are so enthusiastic about it and have managed to go completely zero waste and completely vegan. And while that is definitely the ideal where everyone should be, I feel on a personal level, but for me it's not possible to go vegan. For So if you'll have someone who turn around and tell you that you're not a real activist if you're not vegan. And so I think that mentality even within the community needs to change, that everyone is doing the activism they're capable of, right? And because I feel like when we make it very, very extreme, especially while pitching it to people who are already wary of climate activism, you know then it becomes slightly discouraging to join. Then you become a caricature to them rather than people fighting for an actual cause, right? And I think
Yeah.
so. I think when we talk to people and try to explain to them why the work we're doing is so important and why they should join our movement, it's that we need to show them that it's we know that the problem with it is that the result isn't immediate. You don't see it like
It's a long-term change that we're
immediately.
looking at. Yeah.
It's a long term thing. You saw the pollution in Delhi gradually build up, and throughout the last 10 years, experts have been saying pollution, guys. This is going to be a problem. This is going to be a problem, and then no one listened, and now it's
Now for
come
4 days, everybody gets angry. For 4 days.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. And now it's like, why are you so upset about it? We didn't know it was a problem. Now we're trying to fix it. So, I think when there's a lot of patience required, and there's definitely a lot of grassroots work which needs to be done.
I
So,
think it's a very valid point, Manya. I
yeah.
think saying that the amount of pressure that climate activists who are belonging to the generation that you guys are in, it can become very stressful. And I think even the tone, the communication that Hemang was mentioning, it needs to be positive and hopeful, right? Instead of saying you're gonna die tomorrow. And that is a conversation I think we've been having a lot with me, and a lot of young people have been saying the same thing, that there's a lot of anxiety around this. And as you mentioned, there's a burnout as well. Ridhima, last as a closing thought, and we will close the panel then. Yeah.
So it's like everyone, as like Manya said, it's like most of the people do when you are talking to someone, most of them will turn out to you and would be like, you are not a real activist because you are not vegan and because you are traveling from planes, so you're not a real activist. And that's what I have faced like a lot. It's like it's just has become one of my daily thing, that it's like whenever I have anyone, it's like most of the one would be commenting that I'm not a vegan. How can I say that I'm an activist, or how can I say I'm working towards the protection of environment? So as it's been said, it's like it's not possible for everyone to go vegan. It's not possible for everyone to just like skip out flights, or it's not like really possible for everyone to just like do out petitions as I am doing, or to like organize big strikes as Manya Amana been doing, or as like Hemang has been doing the things. Not everyone has that much like priorities, or not everyone has those resources. So it's like it's really important for us, because it's like as being said, it's not like unless like rather than like telling people that you're gonna die tomorrow, or it's just like it could be your last day. rather than telling them that, we could just like motivate them that okay, it's like I was a normal person like you, and I was also like, as being a girl, I could also say like, okay, in the very beginning I was also the one like interested in fashion and stuff like that, the watching out cartoons and stuff. But now things has to get changed. You have to make it, you have to like bring a change in yourselves. You can't be like, okay, I'm not interested in it, I'm not going to do anything for that. It can't be the real point, because it's like if everyone would have that attitude, then it's like we can't really move ahead. So it's really important for us to understand that it's like changes is the real progress. So we have to make changes, and it has to be a positive as well. So it's like, I wouldn't say that it's really important for everyone to do strikes, to file out petitions, to sign out petitions. It could just be like as simple as switching off the lights. And it's like what I hear from most of the people is like, it's too late to do these things. It's like it's too late just to say like save water, switch off the lights, and use bicycles and stuff like that. It's too late for that. But for me, as being an optimistic person, I would be like, no, it's not too late. We could still change the things. And if like every person would do this, it could really bring out a change like really fastly. But it has to be like that their mindset has to get changed up. And for that, it's really like for us being an privileged one, and for us being the one having the resources and the knowledge, it's really important for us being like an activist to educate them, to make them like motivate, to empower them that yes, you can do it. Even if you don't have those many resources, yes, you can do it. And I believe that it could really bring out a change.
Ridhima, thank you so much for that amazing closing point. I'm going to close the panel now. And it's the most important point that you mentioned. Behavioral change is equally important, right? And we need to reduce the stress that is being put that this is not important, this is not important. As a lot of people say, it's divided, right? At a lot of times. And I think it was a very advanced level climate action panel. I think I haven't had conversations like this with adults, right? So thank you so much for the time. And I hope everyone who's joined in really, really enjoyed this conversation. And always remember, collective action happens through inspiration. And I think that's exactly what all of us have been talking over here. Thank you, Hemant. Thank you, Manya. Thank you, Ridhima. And Aman had to leave for another panel. So thank you so much.
I feel immensely proud to now announce the Youth Manifesto that we at the Tale of Humankind Youth Summit are going to release. I would now request Seher to please read out the points that we have been committing. All the young people that would be joining us today in this, that are joining us in this, are going to fulfill. We all commit to. Over to you, Seher.
Definitely. Thank you, Aniket. So, moving on, I would like all of us to commit to being kind and treating everyone equally, to start and support the initiatives for societal good, to combat climate crisis by bringing small changes in our daily lifestyles, and to ensure that every child gets equal rights, opportunities, safety, and quality education. So, this is the youth manifesto we released today, and we would request if all of you can follow these simple things, and we're so sure that all of us can create a large change. And now I would like to invite our mentors, Ma'am Charu Pragya and Ma'am Pragya Vats to shed light on the Youth Manifesto.
Okay, I'm unmuted. Thank you so much. And let me begin by first congratulating both my darlings, Aniket and Seher, and the way they have been working with the Tale of Humankind, the way they have both progressed, and the quality of the discussions on this platform, the way that has gone up in the times, recent times to see. I am so very proud of them. In fact, I am so proud and honored that they call me their mentor. In reality, they are the ones who keep inspiring me every single day of my life. And actually, it is this inspiration that I want to talk about right now while we discuss the Youth Manifesto that Seher just mentioned in detail. This Youth Manifesto talks about such basic and simple things which should be a part of the life of every single youth around us. And what does that mean? What does that talk about? I'll give you an example from one of the trips I had, and I had the honor of visiting Israel. And when I went to Israel, I understood they have this fantastic startup culture. They have this culture where youngsters as young as 18 are given the responsibility of carrying a gun to protect their nation. That's a lot of responsibility. And their startup culture is so good that they have companies which are ruling the world. So it's a tiny little country which functions as an island nation, and with a very, very small population, they are managing to rule the tech industry. How do they do that? They have a concept where they say any business which is good for society is good for business. Anything that we do in life to further our career interest should also help our society grow, should also help civilization become better, should also help people around us live nicer and more comfortable lives, should help people achieve all the SDGs that the United Nations talks about. So, you see the collaboration here, good thoughts lead to good results, and that is how they manage to lead in the field that they have chosen. And this is exactly what the Youth Manifesto of Tale of Humankind talks about. It talks about working on ground to make sure everybody is given the respect they deserve, everybody is treated with the same respect that we'd like to be treated with when we deal with those people, when all the initiatives we undertake are actually helping society around us. And I am not talking of a divided society. I am not talking of a society I'm looking at with prism sunglasses. I am talking of society as a whole, society as equal. And whenever we see these inequalities, we, as the youngsters of this world, not just India, we have a duty to make sure we get rid of these inequalities. And I know we are discussing things that are happening in India in great detail, and we are talking about what is happening on the global platform in great detail. But you do realize India is the youngest country in the world. India is also the second most populous country in the world. You bring those two things together. What does this mean? The strongest voice of youth on this planet belongs to the Indian youth. That means that we have an echo which is heard all over the world, which also means that we have a responsibility to not speak just about ourselves and the issues we are facing. We have a responsibility to speak up for the youth all over the world, whether they come from third world regions, whether they come from war-stricken regions, whether they come from developed nations, whether they come from the Nordic countries where gender equality is not an issue, or they come from African regions where hunger is still an issue, or they come from the Indian subcontinent, which has its own complex list of problems. It is our responsibility as the youth of the world, the largest demographic of youth in the world, to speak with responsibility about all of these things. And I have a lot of hope from the youngsters, which is because of a couple of reasons. These recent times, it gives me so much joy to see youngsters who are not apathetic, who are not sitting on the fence and saying, left में क्या हो रहा है, right में क्या हो रहा है, मुझे कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता. I am here as an observer. How does this affect me? I'm very comfortable in my house. My parents are looking after me. I'm good at studies. I've got a great bunch of friends. What happens beyond my bubble does not concern me. And this is changing with youngsters today. And this is the best thing that can happen to the world. And I've seen it happen more with COVID-19. We say a pandemic sets us back. Yes, it sets us back in terms of infrastructure, in terms of economics, in terms of a whole lot of other things. But it has given us a sensitivity which maybe was not as widespread as it is right now. It's also given us this sensitivity to look after people around us who might not have as much as us. It's given us this sensitivity to not judge people for their choices around us, which is very easy to do. It's so easy to sit and gossip, and it's so easy to say, oh, that's their problem, it doesn't affect me. So I think both these issues of over discussing things which don't concern us personally and ignoring global issues, ignoring national issues, ignoring societal issues which will affect us, if not today, tomorrow. So both these things have been dealt with in a wonderful manner during this pandemic, and youth has taken the lead. I have seen so many beautiful small little projects start and blossom and grow right in front of us. And what 𝐶𝐻𝐻 and Aniket are doing is one of them. I think we connected in the beginning when Aniket wanted to talk about issues of mental health. And that's brilliant. And so many times, I've had a conversation with Aniket and he says, Didi, I have this issue and I'm trying to overcome it. And I sometimes feel I need to take a back step because I'm not comfortable talking about it or talking because of it. And I tell him, beta, I am so very proud of you. I am so very proud of you that understanding your limitations, you're willing to take a leap into the world. You're willing to take a leap to make sure others around you are given a very happy environment, an environment which is good for blossoming. I'm going to wind up my talk. I get very excited when I talk to everyone in Tale of Humankind because, like I said, they're very, very, very dear to me. They're like my family, my children, and I'm so very proud of them. But one thing I want to do now is when we discuss the SDGs, when we discuss what is happening in the world, when we talk about the goals which are set out by the UN for the rest of the world, we have to also make sure that we align them and correlate them with the work that is happening right here in India. So when somebody will scoff and say, oh, what is Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao? We should tell them, hello, that is goal number 5 of SDG. We are trying to bring about gender neutrality. We are trying to bring about gender equality, and Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao is a step in that same direction. When someone says Ujjwala Yojana is of no use, you should tell them that this is to bring about better health infrastructure as the UN wants for the rest of the world, because here we are making sure we are not spending a lot of money on medicines for women. We are making sure the need for these medicines is cut down and curtailed. We have to make sure that we take care of our environment, because the one thing the pandemic taught us is that we are actually borrowing this world from our future generations. We have not inherited from our ancestors. So we owe it to our future generations to look after Mother Earth. We also owe it to all the other species around us, whether it is flora, fauna, animals, life in water, life on land, life in air, every single creature that we are trying to protect today. We have to understand that this earth is their home as much as it is ours. In fact, it is more their home than it is ours. We have been not very kind to them, and ecology must be preserved. The eco of economy is actually the eco of ecology. So there is no use of progress monetarily. There is no strong economies if we do not take care of our ecology, if we cannot take ecology along with us, if we cannot maintain this balance which is required for normal functioning of the world. And the youth has to take this lead. I don't say this very happily, but the fact is generations before us took this balance for granted. Generations before us disturbed this balance to a great extent. And I understand their challenges. I am the first one to say that housing for all is a necessity, but I also understand to provide housing for all, we cannot cut down all our forests. We cannot cut down the lungs of our Mother Earth, and then we cannot hope to survive well and say, oh, we needed homes, we cut down forests, now what do we do? So we have to look at countries like Bhutan with a lot of affection and a lot of respect, because they have managed to maintain their green lungs in a much better way. We have these green lungs in the Northeast, but in a lot of regions of India, we've had to compromise on that. So it is up to you people, it is up to this generation, the youth of today, day, to make sure this balance is achieved again, to make sure that human life is respected. Yes, of course, it must be respected, but along with that, life in water, life on land, which is not human life, is equally respected. And I'm going to wind up by saying two more things. Terrorism is becoming a bigger and bigger menace every single day. You know, it's horrifying how every month we read of attacks in different parts of the world. It's not just a problem in India. We talk about cross-border terrorism here. We talk about what happened in my city of Bombay once upon a time. And we still discuss how things in Kashmir are so unsettled. But things are unsettled in France as well. Things are settled in other parts of the world as well. Things are unsettled even in Pakistan, because there are instances of people misbehaving with their own countrymen to further God knows what radical agenda. So we have to put an end to this extremism. This extremism is going to end with this generation, because we are going to be tolerant. We are going to be the generation which approves of dissent. We are going to be the generation which picks up a constitution and says, if the world was meant to have just one point of view, if our country was meant to have just one ideology, it would have been written down in our constitution. Instead, what does the constitution say? It says we want a multi-party system. It says we want debate in parliament. And this goes on to show our wise forefathers, the wise people who've written our constitution, encourage dissent. They encourage discussion and debate. And they understand this discussion, this debate needs to be done with tolerance. Let me not agree with you, but let me learn to respect your view as much as I respect my own. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
I think, Charu, you just said it so well. And I think I would just want to begin by saying that today truly belongs to them. You know, Seher, Aniket, and the likes of young people. And one of the most distinguishing element, and that also reflects in their manifesto, is the fact, you know, like it's also emotions. These are not just list of items that they want actions on, but somewhere I feel that these young people are in a position where they are thinking, they are feeling, and they are doing something about it. So they feel, they think, they act. And I don't know, I'm a little overwhelmed as well, that these last 2 days have been nothing short of a dream come true. In less than a month, these young people have put together such an amazing platform, which gives us the story of hope, which has given us the story of inspiration, which has given us a space where we learn from each other, where we learn from across different context and countries and lead the change. And above all, I think one striking point that stands out is that what do we do? It starts with us. And that's what Aniket and Seher, you have demonstrated. And the whole team, Ishmeet, Shresht, Aarti, Shalini, and we just became a sort of engine, you know, like in terms of rail, like we say na कि आप लोगों ने शुरुआत करी और karma बनता चला गया. So I think that keep inspiring us, because what we need today is young people taking on the stuff that they care about and leading the change. And we are there, you know, behind you, supporting you in whatever way we can. And I would just sort of say that when we were growing up, probably we didn't have directions or guidance, or we couldn't look up to someone and say that mujhko batao kya karna hai. But here, I mean, there is also great enterprise where you have not just taken on the mantle of hope, of change, and of everything else attached to it, but you've also sought out people who can become catalyst in leading you in the direction where you want to take the journey ahead. And I can confidently say that with this manifesto, I think a lot of more young people should join along, sign this manifesto as a commitment that you make, and along with you, the young people of India. Because India today in 2020, what we have forgotten, we are at a great sort of milestone, as it were, where India is the youngest country. 2020 marks also the fact that in the median age here is 28, which means that we are sitting on a huge untapped economic social dividend. And we have to give eminence not just in youth summits like this, but because Charu, you are also here, I would like to make submission on our behalf that, somewhere in policies, polity, the voice of young people need to be recognized as an important platform where they are heard and where they're also informing and influencing the future that concerns them. Because decisions that we adults take also impact the planet that our young generation will inherit. So there is a huge amount of, while we can give kudos and pat on their backs, that, oh, well done. But I think the accountability also rests with us adults who have who have also damaged a lot, from generations on and on. So now is the time where we hold their hands and ask them to lead us towards change. And we commit, like you have your youth manifesto where you are committing. I, as an individual in my personal space, also commit to doing whatever I can to foster young people, wherever, whoever can seek me out, whatever I can do to provide whatever I can. And I would just end, I won't take very long because I would like to hand over this platform to you both back again. Today, we are sitting on a huge opportunity. As I started by saying that these 2 day summit is not just a summit, it's the start of a movement. It should be an annual event, and India should have the largest youth-led movement and youth-led networks. So all the very best. I can't thank you two enough for having given us this opportunity to start believing again, to start hoping again. I just get a little overwhelmed, but I feel that it's a privilege. I would say that's my personal privilege to be a part of a journey. That one chance encounter with Aniket, you on social media is also a connector, and how it sort of led to this journey. And we are behind you till we can. And if I can say on behalf of Charu as well, the two Pragyas would be with you whenever you need us, whatever you need us for. All the very best. And yeah, it's a commitment and accountability of us adults towards you young. So huge thanks for doing what you do. With that, over to you, Seher and Aniket.
we are so we are so thankful to both of you, ma'am, because you every day inspires us a lot, and it means a lot to us to have your support, your encouragement, and you it really means a lot for us, a lot. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, both of you, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am, thank you so much. As I'm saying that, and as I mentioned in the welcome speech yesterday as well, that whatever we do, the youth does, is never possible without the advice of elders. And we need to work together. And that is how we can move forward and achieve a greater change. So, ma'am, we're so thankful to both of you for being with us throughout the journey, and also to all the panelists, all the speakers, young change makers, both these days, who have inspired us so much, and all the people viewing the summit today and yesterday. And it was indeed such an amazing experience of bringing people from different backgrounds, different work experiences to sharing it. And yes, thank you so much once again.
Thank you.
And yeah, with this, I would like to also thank our team members and once again to Mohammed and Farooq again, because you always supports us every small initiative. We take every initiative, we just tell you, and you are ready to support it. We are so thankful from bottom of our hearts. So thankful. Ishmeet, Shresht, Aarti ma'am, Shalini ma'am. We
Definitely.
are I and Seher are both thankful to all of you for helping us to amplify our journey, and we promise that we are going to engage and empower this world with the youth, and to take with us all the young people to lead a change. Thank you so much. And
Take a bow, you two. Just take a bow.
Absolutely.
Amazing.
thank you so much, ma'am. It's overwhelming. And now I would like to invite Shresht for extending a warm welcome and for the closing remarks.
Yeah, good evening, everyone here. I'm really feeling fortunate to be an active member of the Tale of Humankind. I was listening and watching esteemed speakers since yesterday, and I'm thrilled that the young people are working amazingly with a great hard work and passion. All were so much inspiring for me. I love the speech of Ashok sir and Pratik sir. I love the speech of Nandana ma'am. The Shiro's panel was amazing, led by Pragya ma'am. The story of 𝐒𝐮𝐦𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬 was fabulous, and Aman, his speech was just encouraging, and his moments were just fabulous. As being a member of Tale of Humankind, I will also support humanitarian work and help our society for a better living place. And last but not the least, I am very thankful to Aniket Bhaiya for believing in me, and giving me responsibilities to support Tale of Humankind as a Chief Graphic Officer. And you can, if you haven't watched us live, you can check out our YouTube and Facebook page to watch. Thank you.
You are muted, Aniket.
Yeah, so now we have closed our live stream. So I would request every one of you to